Welcome, race fans, and happy Halloween from Coles County Speedway, located here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey Bench, joined alongside Kevin Vince up here in the booth, and we'll be guiding you throughout tonight's racing action on a Friday night for the third annual Halloween Clash. Starting us off in hot laps are the cars on racetrack right now. It's the WFO Restricted Micros. Both the WFO classes will be settling their championships tonight, as unfortunately due to the poor weather forecast for tomorrow, we are moving this to a one-day show tonight only for the Halloween Clash. We take a look at these restricted points. Zane Smith coming into tonight, 230 points above Willow Coleman, 240 above Mackenzie Dowler, and 280 above Dalton Clary. Fifth, we can find Grayson Graham down by 290. All those drivers second on back going to need a big night tonight, and Zane Smith going to have a poor night if anybody else wants to have a shot at that restricted micro championship in the WFO series. Over in the Winged Outlaw series, it's a dead heat at 1,900 points even. Aiden Perdue and Cole Tinsley tied for the top spot. Darren Stark, 160 points back. Billy Lieb, 240 back, are the drivers still eligible for the championship at this time. Devin Feger back in fifth, 590 points back from Aiden Perdue and Cole Tinsley in the points lead of the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. On the racetrack, we'll pick up just past the flag stand of the drivers on the racetrack, the 57G of Ezra Green from Brownsburg, Indiana. Following him, off into turn one, the 49 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Also on the racetrack, the number 20 of Mackenzie Meany from Terre Haute, Indiana. Heading off into turn one, the number 21 of Riker Toops from Alexis, Illinois. At the flag stand, going into turn one, the 11W of Wyatt Moritz from Labadie, Missouri. And it looks like the last car on the racetrack, the 5B of Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri. He's over in turn two. Two other cars came onto the racetrack. One of them stopped in turn three, right on the entry to the racetrack, the 4X. I believe that car is supposed to be in the Outlaw Wing class, not showing on the restricted micro entry list. It does look like one additional car joins the racing surface. The 5E of Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana. He's off turn four. So it sounds like race control's ready to go for the first WFO hot lap and qualifying session in this restricted micro class. So they will get waved around to the green flag as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Control car looked like it's going to be the 5E of Eli Holden. He works off turn 4 and to the green flag. He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack at turns 1 and 2. Grayson Graham brightened his tire tracks behind him. We'll have to see what these first couple laps are going to be thrown down by these drivers, see what the pace is early on tonight. Evan Boyd's first lap at 10.9. Grayson Graham 11.1. But down to dirty air is Eli Holden up on the back bumper of Ezra Green. As they come back around to the white flag, he improves to a 10.8 on lap number 2. Evan Boyd right there with him in the 10.9 range. So the pair of fives up at the top of the charts here early on. And Ezra Green will go towards the top as well. Goes second with a 10.88. Eli Holden looks like that lap time's going to hold off for him as the caution will come out to end the session. Eli Holden, quick time for now for the WFO Restricted Micros with a 10.83. Ezra Green second with a 10.88. Wyatt Moritz third with a 10.887. 27 total entries for the WFO Restricted Micros tonight. 116 micros and Modlites combined have showed up tonight here at Coles County Speedway. 106 micros and 10 Modlites. Should be just a moment before Group 2 of the WFO Restricted Micros will make their way onto the racetrack. Leading them off onto the racetrack in the middle of turns 1 and 2, it's the 1D of Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois. Passing by the flag, stand the number 29 of Miles Bartley from Winona Lake, Indiana. Natalie Hubbard also on the racetrack in her 53, J.C. Stanridge. Drake Tarleton, another driver on the racetrack, Colton Vogel, the 14V. As they come back around to the green flag, first lap's going to be in the books for Mackenzie Dowler as she works her way off turn 4. Her first lap will go 6th quickest at 11.0. See if anybody else can find their way into the top 5 out of this session. So far, no luck for these drivers. White flag this time. Natalie Hubbard goes to the top of this group, 6th fastest, 10.977. Stanridge goes to the top 5, goes 5th exactly with a 10.909 in car number 10. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to be able to break inside of the top 5. Overall, J.C. Stanridge did improve on that final lap, good enough for 4th. As they come back to the checkered flag to end Group 2 of the WFO Restricted Micros Hot Laps. So J.C. Stanridge quick time in Group 2, 4th fastest overall with a 10.901. Mackenzie Dowler was 2nd in this group, 6th fastest overall at 10.929. Natalie Hubbard 3rd fastest in this group, 7th fastest overall at 10.938. Fourteen cars have taken a time so far for the WFO Restricted Micros. And Group 3 hitting the racetrack. Zane Smith from Bonnetary, Missouri leads them off into turn 2. Also on the racetrack behind him on the exit of turn 2, the 14 Ia Emerson Kisner from Lincoln, Illinois. The 12K of Kylie Bates from Hillsborough, Missouri can be found entering turn 3. Behind her, the 21S of Henry Schneider from Lincoln, Illinois. In turns 3 and 4, the 29H of Forrest Holder from Maryland Heights, Missouri, and 2 other cars on the racetrack yet to mention as they'll come back around to the green flag. We'll also have on the racetrack the 17C of Willow Coleman from Farmington, Missouri, and the 11S of RJ Smith from Springfield, Illinois. Control will go to the 61 of Zane Smith for this 3rd group of hot laps for the WFO Restricted Micros. Lap 1 for Zane Smith, 10th fastest. Everybody else coming across the timeline for the first time, seeing no one else break inside the top 10 just yet. White flag in the air as they'll come around to lap number 2. No improvement for Zane Smith, still in the 11-second range as everybody in this session. Henry Schneider goes to 8th fastest overall. A.J. Williams will get knocked down just to inside the top 10. He ran in that last session in Group 2. But yeah, this group just not as fast as those first 2 groups. Henry Schneider, the fastest in this one, goes 8th fastest overall at 10.941. Not a terrible time if you look at the top of the charts. Really only about a 1/10 of a second off, but really tight, restricted field tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Looks like Willow Coleman was 2nd fastest in this group. Went 10th fastest overall at 10.7. And it looks like Kylie Bates was 3rd fastest in this group and 12th fastest overall with an 11.041. Looks like 6 cars have yet to take a time, so we will have one more group for the WFO Restricted Micros and Hot Laps. And here they come out onto the racetrack. The 4th and final group of the Restricted Micros. We can find Colette DeCiro from Liston, Indiana off of turn 2. In the middle of the backstretch is the number 31K of McKenna Crin from Indianapolis, Indiana. Also on the racetrack, the 79H of Kinzer Halloway from Paris, Illinois in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Green lights are on around the racetrack. Final group of the WFO Restricted Micros are going to come around to the green flag. Also on the racetrack, Rhett Slaughter, the 45 from Mitchell, Indiana. He's entering turn 3. Just got passed at the drop of the green by Dalton Cleary, the 22D, at the flag stand from Marine, Illinois. And the last car on the racetrack, the 21C of Carson Eskew from Riverton, Illinois. Colette DeCiro top of the charts, lap number 1 already. Colette DeCiro has set the pace, a 10.7, a 10th clear of the field. Almost a 10th and a half clear of the field. Colette DeCiro definitely has the pace here early in hot laps. And it doesn't look like really anyone else able to break inside the top 10 from this session. A lot of this session, though, in a big group, going to obviously have a lot of dirty air. DeCiro still in the 10-7 range. Can see it on the Lakeland College scoreboard on the backstretch as she crosses by the timing lines. An incredible session there for Colette DeCiro. She finds herself on the top of the charts at the end of the WFO restricted micro hot lap session. So Colette DeCiro, quick time for the WFO restricted micros, a 10.708. Eli Holden second with a 10.83. And up next, the WFO Outlaw Wings with 34 entries for qualifying and hot laps. Looks like 4 sessions for them tonight. So the WFO Outlaw Wings on the racetrack for hot laps and qualifying. On the racetrack, we see Brian Martinelli, the 4X from Bloomsdale, Missouri, headed off into turn 1. In front of him, one of the 2 points leaders, the 37 of Aiden Purdue from Clinton, Illinois. Nine drivers going to make up the first qualifying group for the WFO Outlaw Wing Cars. James Gropp from Ontario, New York, on the racetrack, joining Aiden Purdue and Brian Martinelli. So it's going to be 3 cars per qualifying session. Mentioned before, James Gropp, the 56 from Ontario, New York. He's over in turn 3. Brian Martinelli, the 4X from Bloomsdale, Missouri, off turn 4. And going into turn 1, the points leader, Aiden Perdue from Clinton, Illinois, the number 37. They have received the 1 to green signal, and the green lights come on. And they are on the gas, and Aiden Perdue is going to try to set the pace here early on. Going to try to hold on to his points advantage as he heads off into turn 1. Late apex approach to the entry to turns 1 and 2. Goes a little bit higher in turns 3 and 4. He'll come back around to the white flag right away. It'll be a 9.8 lap 1. Incredible lap time from Aiden Perdue. The other two drivers a 10.9 and a 10.5. Drop 10.5. Martinelli a 10.9. Checkered flags in the air for Aiden Perdue. He'll go down to a 9.7 on lap number 2. Checkered flags in the air for the other two Outlaw Wing cars on the racetrack. No improvement from them. Aiden Perdue, an impressive lap time. That's going to be tough to beat in the WFO Outlaw Wing class. A 9.729. James Gropp second, a 10.545. Brian Martinelli, a 10.952. Second group of 3 for the first qualifying session for the WFO Outlaw Wing Micro Series. Green flag in the air as the 63, Jake Wismiller from O'Fallon, Missouri, will take the green flag. In line behind him, the 16C, Donnie Burrows from Clay Center, Kansas. And the last car on the racetrack, the 94, Craig Ronk from Warsaw, Indiana. White flag in the air. It's come off turn 4. Doesn't look like it's going to be a good lap time for either of those first two. Yeah, 4th and 5th respectively. Burrows the faster of the two. Craig Ronk goes to second at 9.799. He might have something for Aiden Perdue here on lap 2 if he can work his way through turns 3 and 4 cleanly. Checkered flags out for Ronk. It does improve, but it's not going to be enough to knock off Aiden Perdue's at 9.729. Craig Ronk just going to invert that last half of the decimal area, 9.792 for Craig Ronk. Good enough for second for now. James Group third still with that 10.545. Tom Alco from Ontario, New York, 56S on the racetrack. Behind him, Chase Highland from Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, and the 5, and Brendan Schneider, the number 6 from Edwardsville, Illinois, is going to make up the final group of the first qualifying session for the WFO Outlaw Wing class tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Green flags in the air. See if any of these drivers can find themselves in the 9.9 range like these other drivers have. An early lap goes to the 10.4 for Tom Alco. Good for third. Highland goes to a 10.2. Goes to third himself. Brendan Schneider goes to fourth. Another 10.2 lap time. Checkered flags in the air for Alco. Does not improve his position. Highland takes a checkered. Almost goes into the 9-second range. All those drivers from that session improved. Highland goes third. Was the fastest of those final three at 10.045 for Chase Highland. Second group of qualifying coming out, or second session of qualifying, I should say, for the WFO Outlaw Wings. Aaron Ganisa, the 64, leads them on the racetrack. Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, the 7F, also on the racetrack, along with Eric Erdman from Coal Valley, Illinois, in the 31E. Green flag is in the air for session number 1, and it does sound like the 31E, Eric Erdman, on the rev limiter as he heads off into turn 1. White flag in the air. It's going to be a 10.5 for the 64. Lap 1, Eric Erdman goes to the top of the charts with a 9.931. and trouble for the 64 to end this session. Checkered flag will come out, and no improvement for Eric Erdman, but Bartley does improve to a 10.261. Aaron Gassina threw down a 10.519 before having an issue of some sort going into turn 3. Eric Erdman with a 9.931, top of the charts from the first 3 cars. Nolan Bartley was second at 10.261. Next 3 cars that will include Bryce Fair from O'Fallon, Missouri in the 00X, Brody Bridgman from Farmington, Missouri in the 14B, and Eric Andrew Scavich from Riverton, Illinois in the 21A. And the second group from qualifying 2 on the racetrack now will receive that 1 to green signal right away. And they will work their way through turns 3 and 4. We'll see if any of these guys can find themselves inside the 9-second range. Bryce Fair will take the green flag, and he heads off into turn 1. That car didn't sound too good going off into the corner. The next 2 cars in line look pretty good. Andrew Scavich looked good. It looks like he may have clipped the berm a little bit on the entry to turns 1 and 2. White flag in the air for Bryce Fair. Goes to 4th. Bridgman goes to 3rd. And Andrew Scavich, a transponder issues. Transponder's not picking up on the number 21. Checkered flags in the air for Bryce Fair. No improvement on lap 2. Brody Bridgman goes to 2nd at 10.07. And, of course, Andrew Scavich had a transponder issue of some sort. His time not showing up on my race pass, unfortunately for him. Track crew working over that scoring issue for Eric Andrew Scavich. And it does sound like they are requesting a new transponder for him. So the final group for qualifying 2 is going to include Brendan Healy in the 00 from Marshall, Illinois, Cole Tinsley from Bonnetaria, Missouri in the 61, and Lane Surratt from Findlay, Tennessee in the 29. Brandon Healy will lead the final group of qualifying 2 on the racetrack for the WFO Outlaw Wings tonight at Coles County Speedway. Green lights are on, and Brendan Healy will work his way off turn 4 to the green flag, and he'll head off into turn 1, trying to slide the car as little as possible as he works his way off turn 2, up towards the outside wall, going into turns 3 and 4, keeping it right down there on the bottom. White flag in the air for him. Lap number 1 in the books is good enough for 4th. Across the line comes the 61 of Cole Tinsley. He goes to a 10.001, good enough for 2nd for now. Surratt goes to 4th. With a 10-1 for him. Brandon Healy goes to a 10-1 as well, as Cole Tinsley goes to the top of the charts at 9.916 on his final lap. Good run there for Cole Tinsley on the final lap. We'll see him on the top of the charts for the final qualifying session for qualifying 2 for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. Eric Erdman was 2nd overall, 9.931. Brody Bridgman, a 10.070 out of qualifying 2. Two more groups of qualifying up next for the Outlaw Wings. Track crew cleaning up some debris before the third qualifying group for the WFO Outlaw Wings. Also working on getting a new transponder into Eric Andrew Scavich's car. So the first three cars for qualifying 3 for the WFO Outlaw Wings Series. It's going to be Cade Ballinger from Lovington, Illinois in car 12. As it looks like Eric Andrew Scavich on the racetrack once again. Sean Robbins from Collinsville, Illinois, the 8S, and Harrison Robards from Darting Prairie, Missouri in the 11R. Does sound like race control is going to give Eric Andrew Scavich one quick session here. Since there was a transponder issue on race control side, he will get the second chance to qualify here. Green flag's out in the air for Andrew Scavich as he heads off into turn 1, clips the berm on the entry to turn 1, it looked like, and something just broke massively for Andrew Scavich going into turn 3. Sparks fly from underneath the left front tire and into the infield he will go. Track crew is going to go look for fluid on the racetrack before they call this session complete. So track crew going to go to work to pick up the debris from the Andrew Scavich car. Shouldn't be too long of a wait while they inspect the racetrack. And once this track gets cleaned up, the first group of qualifying 3 will be on the racetrack, which I mentioned before will include Cade Ballinger from Lovington, Illinois, Sean Robbins from Collinsville, Illinois, and Harrison Robards from Darting Prairie, Missouri. So the first group of qualifying 3 on the racetrack now for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. Mentioned before, Cade Ballinger, Sean Robbins, Harrison Robards. Robards will come to the green flag in car 12. Sean Robbins in car 8. And Cade Ballinger in car 12 works his way off turn 4. The RSL Motorsport cars look ill handling tonight. Everybody does not look stable. Robards doesn't look stable. And Robbins has a problem of some sort up on the top of the racetrack in turn 4. Looks like a broken suspension of some sort on the left rear tire of the number 8. Both Robards and Ballinger both got a lap in before that caution, but I would imagine race control is going to call it back and give them 2 green flag laps again. Robards lap 1 at 10.746 and Ballinger at 11.021. Track crew still helping Sean Robbins get his car off the racing surface and back to the pit area so he can make repairs to that number 8S. And Cade Ballinger and Harrison Robards both still have 2 laps to complete for qualifying 3. Green lights coming back on for Cade Ballinger and Harrison Robards as they'll work their way through turns 3 and 4 back to the green flag. Mentioned before, they did both complete 1 lap. Race control came back, gave them 2 laps under green. Cade Ballinger crossed the stripe. Robards crossed the stripe at 10.464. Ballinger across the line with a 10.597 lap 1. Coming back through turns 3 and 4, checkered flag for Harrison Robards. No improvement for him on lap 2. And Ballinger does improve by nearly 5/10 of a second, down to a 10.092. Lap number 2 for Cade Ballinger. Harrison Robards in second, 10.464. Next 3 are going to include Gunnar Griffin in car 95G, Tyler Lupton in the 4T, and Tyler McLaren in the 5T. Green flag off turn 4 for Gunnar Griffin in the 95G. He held off into turns 1 and 2. He goes about half a lane higher than what we've seen so far tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Does the same through turns 3 and 4, so he'll work his way back to the white flag. We'll see what this lap 1 is. It's good enough for second. It's a 10.3 as Lupton goes to second with a 10.1, and McLaren goes 5th with a 10.8. Checkered flag in the air as the 95G of Gunnar Griffin had an issue on the final lap. Tyler Lupton into the 9-second range, and 7 lap 2 will put him on the top of the charts for qualifying 3. McLaren improved as well, didn't go faster than 5th, down to a 10.54. Now on the racetrack, the number 40 of Devin Fager from East Peoria, Illinois, and Cameron Campbell in the 24 from Coal Valley, Illinois. They were wanting to come to the green. The caution will get waived from race control. Coming back to 1 to green at the flag stand for the final 2 drivers in qualifying 3 for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. Fager will work his way through turns 3 and 4, working his way up the racetrack. Driving line worked its way up about half a lane now for these Winged Outlaw drivers. Campbell keeps it right down there on the bottom, right by the berm. A white flag in the air for Devin Fager, who will go to second, it looks like, at 10.037. Cameron Campbell fourth at 10.094. Checkered flag in the air. No improvement there for Fager. And Campbell will not improve either. No, Campbell does. Timing and scoring picked it up late. Third quickest for Cameron Campbell in this group. Tyler Lefton top of the charts at 9.927. Devin Fager second, 10.985. And Cameron Campbell third at 10.037 in qualifying 3 for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. One final group of qualifying for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series coming up. Another 8-car session for those qualifying session number 4 for them. Sam Morthland from West Frankfort, Illinois, in the number 21. Trey Erdman from Coal Valley, Illinois, in the 69T. And Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois, in the 88 will make up the first 3 drivers to take a time in qualifying 4. Green lights come on once again. And it looks like all these drivers can have a ton of clean air as they will work their way off turn 4 to the green flag. Morthland going to keep his car right along the berm. Maybe slid a little bit too far in the middle of turns 1 and 2. It's going to be a bad 1 and 2 for Trey Erdman. Lieb has a decent turns 1 and 2 as well, lap 1. White flag in the air for Morthland at 10.3, lap 1. Erdman at 10.5, lap 1. And Billy Lieb at 9.936, lap 1. See if Lieb can improve. It'll be a 10-1 for Sam Morthland on lap 2, a 10-3 for Trey Erdman, and no improvement for Billy Lieb on lap 2. So Billy Lieb tops the charts for now in qualifying 4 for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series, a 9.936. Sam Morthland second at 10.113, and Trey Erdman third at 10.339. Next 3 drivers will include Jordan Clary from Edwardsville, Illinois in the 94X, Tanner Triplett in the 22 from Lincoln, Illinois, and Cole Kirkman from Kokomo, Indiana in the K10. Off turn 4, Clary will lead the second group for qualifying session 4 for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series to the green flag. White flag in the air as first lap times. Does not look like my race pass is cooperating, unfortunately. Unsure what these lap times are going to be for these drivers. Definitely seems like a timing and scoring issue. Wasn't picked up on the Lakeland College scoreboard either. Final 2 drivers to take a time will be Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois in the 55S and Brendan Pfeiffer from Livingston, Illinois in the 10B. Green flag in the air for the final WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series qualifying session. Darren Stark, Brendan Pfeiffer off into turn 1. Both keeping it right down there along the berm as they work their way back into turns 3 and 4. White flag in the air for Darren Stark. His first lap will go to a 9.997. Brendan Pfeiffer at 10.373 lap 1. Checkered flags coming for Darren Stark off turn 4. No improvement for him on lap 2. And Pfeiffer does not improve on lap 2. Up next will be the junior sprint hot laps. 20 entries for the high caliber graphic junior sprints tonight. Race control currently working on getting the qualifying results in for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. And then the junior sprints will be on the racetrack for their hot lap session. Junior sprints on the racetrack for their hot lap session. Looks like 7 cars are going to make up session 1, so 3 sessions for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints for their 20 total entries tonight. Green flag in the air as these drivers will get their first feel of the racetrack tonight at Coles County Speedway. For the Hallowing Clash, they work their way off turn 4 to the white flag, and first lap's coming around. Be a 12.8 for couple drivers going to the top of the charts is Case Barnard at 12.795. Evan Boyd second at 12.804. Hudson Andrews 12.873. Lap 1 goes third quickest. Hudson Andrews improves even further, but Case Barnard will find himself in the 12.6 range, and Evan Boyd goes to the top of the charts there in clean air at the tail end of that pack with a 12.596. Case Barnard second at 12.601, and Hudson Andrews third with a 12.776. Group 2 of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints on the racetrack for hot laps. Yet another 7-car group. Green flag is out for these drivers. Each driver giving each other some space, it looks like, before they pick up the pace and work their way to the green flag off turn number 4. The number 40, Cohen Coleman, first driver to take the green flag, and he'll be the first one to set down a lap time out of this group as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. White flag in the air, the first lap in the books for these drivers. We'll see Riker Tubes go towards the top of the charts. It's a 12.597. Lap number 1 for him. As everybody else coming back across the timing line, no improvement there for Riker Tubes on lap 2. Xander LaRose goes 4th fastest. 12.660. Cohen Coleman breaks into the top 5 with a 12.762. Fourteen drivers have taken the time out of the 20 total entered for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints tonight at the Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. Green lights back on around the racetrack, and green flag is in the air for the third and final group of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints for the Halloween Clash Hot Laps. First lap in the books for Presley Hall, goes 9th fastest. Everybody else coming across the line. Riker Sumner, top of the charts at 12.572. No one else from this group into the top 5 just yet. A couple into the top 10. Riker Sumner's definitely got the pace early on. Once again, a 12.572 lap 1. No improvement on lap 2. Cruz Parson went 6th fastest, was the 2nd fastest in this group. A.J. Barber was the 3rd fastest in this group, 7th fastest overall. Riker Sumner will take quick times for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints with a 12.572. Evan Boyd second, a 12.596. And Riker Tubes third, a 12.597. Now on the racetrack, the Spartan Transportation A-class wings for their hot laps. 25 total entered tonight. Would imagine we're going to do 4 groups for them tonight. Sounds like race control giving some additional time, allowing a couple extra cars on the racetrack before they go to the green flag for the first group of the Spartan Transportation A-class wing hot laps. And the green lights come back on around the racetrack. Lydia May with control of the field will work her way through turns 3 and 4 to the green flag. A lot of clean air out behind her, not so much in front of her. White flag for Lydia May. She completes lap number 1. It'll be a 10.458 lap 1. A couple of these other drivers coming across the timing line. Rowan Edgar goes to the top of the charts at 10.415. Cameron Campbell goes to 3rd at the end of lap 1. Checkered flag will wave for this field. Not a lot of improvements here on lap 2. Eli Holden goes to the top at 10.359. But no one else really improving. Lydia May will improve just before the session comes to an end. She managed to get into 3rd lap at 10.402. Looks like Eli Holden managed to get a 3rd lap in as well at 10.280. Eli Holden on the top of the charts for now. Lydia May 2nd, Rowan Edgar 3rd with a 10.415. Second group for the Spartan Transportation A-class wings on the racetrack for their hot laps. Green flag coming off of turn number 4. Looks like it's for the 95G of Gunnar Griffin. He'll work his way through turns 1 and 2, and this will be the first time lap for this group. We'll see who will go towards the top. Looks like a bad exit at turn 4 there for Gunnar Griffin. Everybody coming across the timing line for their first lap. Nolan Bartley goes to 2nd at 10.299. A couple other drivers breaking into the top 5 lanes. Surratt Tyler Lupton top of the charts at 10.276. Bartley still holding on to that 3rd spot for now as he will come back to the checkered flag. Tyler Lupton goes to 2nd at 10.276 on lap 2. Bartley improves even further to a 10.116. Bartley on the top of the charts for the Spartan Transportation A-class wing hot laps. Tyler Lupton 2nd, Eli Holden 3rd after 2 groups have completed their runs. 15 cars have taken a lap, 10 cars to go. So at the conclusion of this group, it looks like we'll have 3 cars left that haven't taken a time yet in the Spartan Transportation A-class wing hot laps. 7 on the racetrack right now as they come back to the green flag off turn number 4. 94, Jordan Clary, going to be the control car for this group. And he will work his way through turns 3 and 4 for the first time and collect the white flag. We'll see what his lap 1 is. Goes inside the top 10, it looked like. Didn't see exactly where. But everybody else coming back around to the checkered flag. No one else able to go to the top 10 here on session or lap 1. Clary had an issue there on the exit of turn 4 and not seeing lap times going towards the top of the charts at all out of this session. Quite a few cars outside the top 15 from this session, it looks like, unfortunately for them. So after that session, 22 cars have taken a time in the Spartan Transportation A-class wing hot laps. And I'm not sure if there are any more waiting in the staging area. Doesn't look like there is. The Modlites hitting the racetrack now, so 3 drivers did not take a time from the Spartan Transportation A-class wing hot laps. But imagine we're going to do 2 groups of 5 for the Modlite hot laps. Very competitive field tonight for the Modlites is to be expected. Green flag in the air for session 1 of the Modlite hot laps. Back through turns 3 and 4, Austin Park will come around and collect the white flag. J.R. Wilterman looks like he's right there lap time-wise. Came off turn 4 about 3/10 slower, 11.715 for Austin Park lap 1, a 12.0 lap 1 for J.R. Wiltermood. Off turn 4, it looks like both Wiltermood and Park hit a bump in turns 3 and 4. Yeah, it definitely looks like there may be a rut in the bottom of the racetrack through turns 3 and 4. Everybody's going to go to the high side, and nobody had a good lap 2. Austin Park on top for now for the Modlites at 11.715. J.R. Wiltermood was second at 12.094. Andy Park third at 12.243. Second and final group of the Modlite hot laps on the racetrack now. Looks like missing 1 car, going to give it a little bit of additional time to get out onto the racetrack. Looks like it may have needed a little bit of assistance getting push started, and with him on the racetrack, we will go back to the green flag on the final hot lap session of the night. White flag in the air as these drivers sitting down their first laps. Coming in on the timing charts, nobody into the top 5 just yet. See if there could be an improvement on lap 2. Nobody seems confident in turns 3 and 4 after seeing what happened in that last session. A much slower pace this session. Danny Hayes, top of this session. Casey Davis will go to fifth at 12.473. Was the fastest of this session. So Austin Park will take quick time in the Modlite hot laps at 11.715. J.R. Wiltermude was second with a 12.094. Chris Grigg was third with a 12.141. So with that, that will conclude hot laps for the Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway. It'll be just a moment before we go to opening ceremonies.
All right, attention in the stands. We ask that you now please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Colton Vogel to staging, Colton Vogel to staging.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready to start racing here at Coles County Speedway. To kick off the night, we will be starting with the WFO Restricted Micros. And your starting lineup for race number one, heat race number one is starting first from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Colton Vogel. Starting second from Brownsburg, Indiana, number 57G, Ezra Green. Starting third from Springfield, Illinois, number 1D, Mackenzie Dowler. Starting fourth from Farmington, Missouri, number 17C, Willow Coleman. Starting fifth from Pierceton, Indiana, number 22, Drake Tarleton. Starting sixth from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 12K, Kylie Bates. And starting seventh from Bon Terre, Missouri, number 61, Zane Smith. This is your WFO Restricted Micro Heat Race number one here at Coles County Speedway.
Heat 1 on the racetrack for the Factory 14 WFO Restricted Micro Series presented by Miners Towing Heat Race 1. As the caution lights turn off around the racetrack, Colton Vogel, Ezra Green the front row, Mackenzie Dowler, Willow Coleman row 2, Drake Tarleton, Kylie Bates row 3, and Zane Smith all by himself on row number 4. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn 1. Good jump there for Vogel. Is going to slide up in front of Ezra Green. Heavy contact there in the mid-pack. We'll have the 22 of Drake Tarleton trying to slide up in front of Willow Coleman. Was unable to do so without some heavy contact as Cole Tinsley picks off his first car of the race back there in the 6th position. And he makes contact with Kylie Bates. Kylie Bates is going to go for a 180 in turn 2. No caution yet, and the caution will come out as the field gets back to her. Looks like 2 laps going to be officially in the books for this 8-lap heat race. Colton Vogel will be lining up back in first position. Ezra Green in second, Mackenzie Dowler third, Drake Tarleton fourth, Willow Coleman fifth, Zane Smith sixth, Kylie Bates seventh as the caution lights turn off around the racetrack, and the one-to-go signal has been given. Colton Vogel going to make his way towards the restart cone over in turn 4. Green flag is back in the air, and he's off into turn number 1. He's got himself at least car length advantage. He's going to extend that out to 2 car lengths as he exits turn 2. Ezra Green's got nothing for him as he worked their way back through turns 3 and 4. And Colton Vogel lead the first lap back under green as Willow Coleman picks off Tarleton for the 5th position. Cole Tinsley trying to follow Coleman through as well, but wasn't able to do so in turns 1 and 2. Still single file for the top 4. Back at 5th, Zane Smith still looking underneath Drake Tarleton. Tarleton going defensive at the moment. Definitely seems like the 61 is Zane Smith, just a little bit faster than Tarleton at the moment. Just unable to find that hole in the defense just yet, as now he'll get turned by Kylie Bates, it looked like. Didn't look like there was maybe just incidental contact there between the two of them. And we'll have 2 laps to go. He's going to bring his car to a stop in middle of the backstretch, and the caution will come out for Zane Smith. He's going to be 1 lap down. And there will be 2 laps to go when we come back to green. Colton Vogels had about a second advantage once again, has it erased on Ezra Green in second, Mackenzie Dowler third, Willow Coleman fourth, Drake Tarleton fifth, Kylie Bates sixth, and Zane Smith in seventh. Caution lights turn off once again with 2 laps to go in Heat 1 for the WFO Restricted Micro Series. Colton Vogel's going to try to get a good jump here on Ezra Green. Ezra Green laying back a little bit, trying to give himself the best advantage he can, and green flag's back in the air. Great jump there for Colton Vogel, clear by at least 3 car lengths by the time they make it to turn 1, and he is clear by at least a second when they're going to come back around to the white flag. Mackenzie Dowler all over the back bumper of Ezra Green, may have a shot to take away this second spot on the final lap. As Colton Vogel rounds turn 2 into turns 3 and 4. As there's more contact in the back half of the pack, the checkered flag will wave with the caution flag to end the race. Colton Vogel, the winner of Heat Race 1 for the WFO Restricted Micro Series. Ezra Green second, Mackenzie Dowler third, Willow Coleman fourth, Drake Tarleton fifth, Kylie Bates and Zane Smith come together on that final lap. Does look like they are locked together, so track crew is going to take a little bit of time getting those 2 cars unhooked. And then the second heat race for the WFO Restricted Micro Series will make their way out onto the racetrack.
And your starting lineup for the WFO Restricted Micros Heat Race number 2 is, starting first from Alexis, Illinois, number 21, Riker Toops. Starting second from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 20, Mackenzie Meany. Starting third from Paris, Illinois, number 79H, Kinzer Holloway. Starting fourth from Maryland Heights, Missouri, number 29H, Forrest Holder. Starting fifth from Winoka Lake, Indiana, number 29, Miles Bartley. Starting sixth from Princeton, Indiana, number 5E, Eli Holden. And starting seventh from Harristown, Illinois, number 88A, A.J. Williams. This will be your WFO Restricted Micros Heat Race number 2 of 4.
Looks like Mackenzie Meany unable to make the start here for Heat Race 2 of the WFO Restricted Micros Heat Races. So it'll put Riker Toops and Kinzer Holloway on the front row for Heat 2 for the WFO Restricted Micro Series. And green flag is in the air. Kinzer Holloway, good jump there on the outside lane. Going to take the lead away as they come off turn 2. It's still a mess behind them as Eli Holden trying to cut through the field after starting near the tail. He's already up to 4th at the end of lap 1. He's going to try to quickly pick off the 29H of Forrest Holder. Going to try that outside lane out. Doesn't work too well in these restrictor cars at Coles County Speedway, but trying everything he can. He's going to go for a very late apex in turns 3 and 4. Getting as much momentum as he can. It's just not enough to get to Forrest Holder's back bumper just yet. Now he'll have a shot going into turns 3 and 4, side by side for third. Gets the elbows out, makes some contact but no harm, no foul, and we stay green. Forrest Holder going to try to throw it back into turn 1, try to make a little bit of contact, upset the number 5E, but no dice for him. He'll fall back into 4th and fading away from the top 3, pulling away from him. Still the 79H of Kinzer Holloway leading past the halfway point. Riker Choops now has Eli Holden on the inside going into turns 3 and 4. Holden does not alongside, so has to back out of it. Riker Choops keeping it on the bottom of the racetrack. Didn't have a good run through turn 2. Eli Holden, great turns 1 and 2. Takes that little bit of a wider arc through the entry. Is going to pick off that second position. Too little too late maybe for Eli Holden. Over a second is the gap to Kinzer Holloway as they come back to the white flag this time. Holloway is going to keep that gap at 0.8 that last time by. Eli Holden got a good turns 1 and 2, but it's not going to be enough as Kinzer Holloway works through turns 3 and 4 for the final time and will run to the checkered flag on the second heat race for the WFO Restricted Micro Series. Eli Holden across the line at second, Riker Toops third, Miles Bartley fourth, A.J. Williams fifth, Forrest Holder sixth, Mackenzie Meany seventh.
And up next is the WFO Restricted Micros Heat Race number 3. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 14E, Emerson Kisner. Starting second, from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 31K, McKenna Crin. Starting third, from Labadie, Missouri, number 11W, Wyatt Mortz. Starting fourth, from Benton, Illinois, number 53, Natalie Hubbard. Starting fifth, from Springfield, Illinois, number 10, J.C. Standridge. Starting sixth, from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. And starting seventh, from Bunker Hill, Illinois, number 49, Grayson Graham. This is your WFO Restricted Micro Heat Race number 3 here at Coles County Speedway.
One to go, signal waved off from race control. As it does appear one car needs some assistance back in the pit area getting fired up. Race control trying to help Wyatt Mortz get fired up, and it will. So now drivers will get into their starting positions for the third WFO Restricted Micro Heat Race. Emerson Kisner and McKenna Crin, the front row for the third WFO Restricted Micro Heat Race. And it's green. Good jump there from McKenna Crin on the outside lane. He's going to take the lead before they even get to turns 1 and 2. Natalie Hubbard going to try not to get put 3 wide middle as he works her way back into turns 3 and 4. She'll throw it underneath the 11 of Wyatt Morse. Didn't have a good run there to try to take that third spot away, but first lap is completed in the books. McKenna Crin leads lap 1. Emerson Kisner in second. Wyatt Morse in third, and he'll have a good shot at second as they come back through turns 3 and 4. A little bit lower on the exit. He'll be side by side, go for second going into turns 1 and 2. Emerson Kisner using that high side momentum just is not able to pull the car ahead of Wyatt Mortz all over the back bumper as they work their way off turns 3 and 4. Wyatt Mortz will find his way in second at the end of lap number 3. Natalie Hubbard fourth, holding off Grayson Graham rather well so far. Graham definitely seems to be the faster car. Picked off two of the cars in the tail end of the pack. Both Stanridge and Boyd right off the jump and has been unable to pass Hubbard just yet. As we come by the halfway point, we'll have 5 laps complete, 3 to go for McKenna Crin out in front, but Wyatt Mort starting to close in on the 31K, about 3/10 faster. That last lap is the 11W. He gets closer and closer. That dirty air going to become more and more of a factor as Natalie Hubbard also coming ever so closer to Emerson Kisner in these closing laps. White flag in the air for McKenna Crin. It's half a second advantage for her as she works her way back into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. Mort slides too far on the exit of 2, and that looks like it's going to seal it. McKenna Crin off turn 4 to the checkered flag on the 3rd WFO restricted micro heat race. McKenna Crin, the winner. Wyatt Mort, 2nd. 3rd, Emerson Kisner. 4th, Natalie Hubbard. 5th, Grayson Graham. 6th, J.C. Stanridge. And 7th, Evan Boyd in the 3rd heat race of the WFO restricted micros.
And coming up next will be our final heat race for the WFO Restricted Micros. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first, from Mitchell, Indiana, number 45, Rhett Slaughter. Starting second, from Liston, Indiana, number 1K, Colette DeCero. Starting third, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 21S, Henry Schneider. Starting fourth, from Marine, Illinois, number 22D, Dalton Clary. Starting fifth, from Riverton in Illinois, number 21C, Carson Eskew. And starting sixth, from Springfield, Illinois, number 11S, R.J. Smith. This is your WFO Restricted Micros Heat Race number 4 here at Coles County Speedway.
Rhett Slaughter and Colette DeCero, the front row for the WFO restricted micro heat race 4. A little bit of a messy jump there. Green flag's going to come out anyways. It's going to be a good jump there for Colette DeCero on the outside lane. A couple cars looked like they may have gotten hooked together, but got unhooked as they worked their way through turn 1 for the first time. That was Henry Schneider and Carson Eskew, but the field will get single file by the end of lap number 1. And Colette DeCero has already pulled a nearly 1 second advantage over Rhett Slaughter in second. Dalton Clary in third wants that second spot from Rhett Slaughter. Going to hit the bumps in turns 3 and 4 a little bit too aggressively. Lost a little bit of time there as Rhett Slaughter slides up the racetrack in turn 2, loses some time to Dalton Clary back in third. But Clary just isn't able to get close enough just yet. He'll have a good opportunity here into turn 1. Stays right on the back bumper. Doesn't elect to do anything different for now. As we come back to the halfway point, Colette DeCero has pulled a 2-second advantage now over Rhett Slaughter in second. Dalton Clary now falling away from Rhett Slaughter a little bit each lap, about 3/10 that last lap. As Slaughter gets too high again off turn 4. Little mistakes here and there allows Dalton Clary to keep that gap somewhat close. Henry Schneider, Carson Eskew still single file behind them. R.J. Smith back at 6 with 2 laps to go for Colette DeCero. White flag in the air for Colette DeCero. 3.5 second advantage over Rhett Slaughter as she'll work her way through turns 3 and 4. And Colette DeCero dominates heat race 4 for the WFO Restricted Micro Series. Colette DeCero, the winner. Rhett Slaughter, second. Dalton Clary, third. Henry Schneider, fourth. Carson Eskew, fifth. Sixth is R.J. Smith. And that will do it for the heat races of the Factory 14 WFO Restricted Micro Series presented by Miners Towing. Up next, the Hyper Racing WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series presented by Flying A Coaches and Trailers with their 4 heat races.
And your starting lineup for heat race number 1 for the WFO Micro Series. Starting first, from Edwardsville, Illinois, number 6, Brandon Schneider. Starting second from Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, number 5, Chase Highland. Starting third from Warsaw, Indiana, number 94, Craig Ronk. Starting fourth from Clinton, Illinois, number 37, Aiden Perdue. Starting fifth from Ontario, New York, number 56S, Tom Olico. Starting sixth from Ontario, New York, number 56, James Gropp. Starting seventh from Clay Center, Kansas, number 16C, Donnie Burrows. Starting eighth from Bloomsdale, Missouri, number 4X, Brian Martinelli. And starting ninth from O'Fallon, Missouri, number 63, Jack Wismiller. This is your Outlaw Wing Heat Race number 1 of 4. We have a total of 34 entries tonight, 4 heat races. God, give me a break.
The first heat race for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series on the racetrack now. As Kevin mentioned before, 4 heat races for these drivers, 10 laps the distance in each one of these. Come back to the 1 to green signal this time by. Was not organized enough for the 1 to go last time. So the 1 to green officially given at the flag stand, and the caution lights will turn off around the racetrack. Once again, Brandon Schneider and Chase Highland the front row. Craig Ronk and Aiden Perdue behind them. Tom Alico and James Gropp in row 3. As they work their way towards the start cone in turn number 4. The green flag is out. Great jump there for the outside lane. 2 cars are going to go by the leader on the inside lane before they get to turns number 1 and 2. And we will see at the end of lap number 1, it will be Chase Highland and Aiden Perdue. The first 2 starters on the outside row will be 1-2 as across the stripe as 1 car spins over in turn number 4. Still green for now as Jack Wismiller trying to get it righted back in the right direction. He pulls it into the infield, and I think he's going to call this one quits. 2 laps complete for Heat Race 1 of the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. Still mostly single file the field as James Group trying to keep ahead of the other 56 car. There's 2 pairs of 56 cars that look exactly identical. Tom Alico now the lead car. One with the black wing, James Gropp. The one with the silver wing, Tom Alico. The 56 cars on the racetrack, 5th and 6th respectively, halfway for car number 5, Chase Highland. Highland working his way back through turns 3 and 4. Still keeping the field completely single file. The top 3 is completely driven away from the rest of the field. Chase Highland, Aiden Perdue, Craig Ronk have the pace to pull away from the field. 3 seconds back to the car in 4th. Chase Highland now with 3 laps to go. Still pulling away from Aiden Perdue. He almost found himself in the 9-second range that last lap at 10.1. As he continues to improve lap after lap. Aiden Perdue right there with him this lap. But time has run out with 2 laps to go. Working their way off turn 4. White flag in the air for Chase Highland. Back off into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. In the dirty air of the 4X of Brian Martinelli. But it's not going to be enough for Aiden Perdue as checkered flag will wave for Chase Highland, who's going to take the win in the first WFO Outlaw Wing Heat Race. Aiden Perdue in 2nd. Craig Ronk 3rd. Brandon Schneider 4th. James Gropp 5th. Donnie Burrows 6th. Tom Alico 7th. Brian Martinelli 8th, and Jack Wismiller pulled off the racetrack before the end of 1 lap.
Up next is our WFO Micro Series Heat Race number 2, and your starting lineup is starting first from Findlay, Tennessee, number 29, Lane Surratt. Starting second from Farmington, Missouri, number 14B, Brody Bridgman. Starting third from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 31E, Eric Erdman. Starting fourth from Bon Terre, Missouri, number 61, Cole Tinsley. Starting fifth from Marshall, Illinois, number 00, Brandon Healy. Starting sixth from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting seventh in number 64, Aaron Jacina. Starting eighth from O'Fallon, Missouri, number 00X, Bryce Fair. And starting ninth from Riverton, Illinois, number 21A, Eric Andruskavich. This is your WFO Micro Series Heat Race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway.
No green this time around. Caution flag will be waved as the field will try to get a little bit more organized as they work their way through turns 3 and 4 and potentially to the 1 to green signal. One to green signal given to the second heat race of the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. No, it will not. Caution flag waved once again. Race control asking, making sure a driver swap was, or not a driver swap, but a car swap is confirmed. So it does sound like Nolan Burley's jumped out of the 7F and into the 14. And it looks like race control just making sure his transponder's picked up on timing and scoring before we go green. One to go signal has been given to the second heat race of the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series once again. Lane Surratt and Brody Bridgman, the front row, as they work their way through turns 3 and 4 to the green flag, which is waving, and they're off at a turn 1. Good jump there for Eric Erdman on the inside row number 2, but an even phenomenal jump on the outside lane for the 14B of Brody Bridgman. Was able to keep that momentum and stayed alongside Lane Surratt all the way down the backstretch. He'll have a shot on the inside into turns 1 and 2. Wasn't able to keep the car underneath Lane Surratt as Surratt pulls back ahead. Another car coming through the field. That number 61, Cole Tinsley, started 4th. He's found his way past the 31 of Eric Erdman already. Brandon Healy right there on his back bumper as he slides up too far in turns 1 and 2. Cole Tinsley almost tags the left rear tire of the 14B of Brody Bridgman coming off turn 4 that time, but they kept it clean, and we stay green. Single file now the field for the second heat race of the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series, past lap number 4. Lane Surratt at the halfway point, 5 laps complete, 5 to go for car number 29, Brody Bridgman right there in second. Running lap times very similar to Lane Surratt right now, but that's not going to be enough to run him down in the closing laps. Cole Tinsley still hanging on as one car into the infield. That's Aaron Gaznia. He's running 7th. Bryce Fair will pick him off, it looks like, before this race is complete. 2 laps to go for Lane Surratt as he works his way through turns 3 and 4. Nearly 1 second advantage over second place Brody Bridgman as he collects the white flag and heads off into turn 1. Bridgman trying everything he can to see what kind of run he can get at the end of this race, but either way, the win is going to go to Lane Surratt off turn number 4 in the second WFO Outlaw Wing Heat Race. Brody Bridgman second, Cole Tinsley third, Eric Erdman fourth, Brandon Healy fifth, I believe Bryce Fair was 6th, and then Aaron Gaznia in 7th.
And coming up next is our WFO Micro Series Heat Race number 3, and here is your starting lineup. Starting first, from Lovington, Illinois, number 12, Cade Ballinger. Starting second, from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 24, Cameron Campbell. Starting third, from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Fager. Starting fourth, from Clarkston, Michigan, number 4T, Tyler Lupton. Starting fifth, from Ashland, Missouri, number 95G, Gunnar Griffin. Starting sixth, from Dardine Prairie, Missouri, number 11R, Harrison Robards. Starting seventh, from Logan, Illinois, number 5T, Tyler McLaren. Starting eighth, from Collinsville, Illinois, number 8S, Sean Robbins. This is your WFO Micro Series Heat Race number 3.
Cade Ballinger and Cameron Campbell pass the start cone to the green flag. Going to be a good jump for both the front row as they work their way off into turns 1 and 2. Going to slide up in front of the field is Cade Ballinger. It's going to be a move that's not going to work for him at all. He's going to drop to third, it looks like, as Devin Fager going to go by him, and so will Tyler Lupton as he's still desperately trying to get down the racetrack. He's going to fall in line in fourth as the field will finally get single file as they come to complete lap number 2. Bouncing through turns 3 and 4 is Devin Fager, and he's got Tyler Lupton all over his inside going into turns 1 and 2. Off turn 2 into turn 3, Devin Fager backs out of it, backs up the exit of his corner. Upside down is one of the RS12 Motorsport cars, and the red flag is displayed. That's Harrison Robards upside down in turn 4, bringing out the red flag. Report from the track crew, Harrison Robards is okay. And it does look like he may be electing to stay in the car for now, as the car will get hooked up and towed back to the pit area. While track crew work on getting Harrison Robards' car on the hook, they are working on getting the field back into a restarting position. Cameron Campbell will lead us back to green with 7 laps to go. on the third WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series heat race. Tyler Lupton will be in second, Devin Fager third, Cade Ballinger fourth, Tyler McLaren fifth, and Gunnar Griffin sixth. Back to yellow flag conditions on the racetrack. They want to go 1 to green, but a couple cars took a little extra time getting fired up. So they will delay the green by 1 lap, it looks like. No, we won't. We will turn the caution lights off as Cameron Campbell, Tyler Lupton, and Devin Fager, the top 3 for this restart with 7 laps to go on the third WFO restricted Outlaw Wing heat race. Off into turns 1 and 2. Devin Fager trying to slide underneath Tyler Lupton. Had no good opportunity there. Made a little bit of contact there with Lupton. Upset his car, and he falls back a little bit. Cade Ballinger struggling in that number 12, continuing to fall back. He might lose that 5th position to Gunnar Griffin by the time we get to the end of this race. 5 laps to go. Coming to 4 to go is Cameron Campbell off turn number 4. Tyler Lupton still over the bumps aggressively down in turns 3 and 4. No one else being as aggressive as Lupton is right now. Devin Fager not following his line exactly. Fager car looking a little bit cleaner as they work through turns 3 and 4. But Lupton, huge run into turns 1 and 2 as Cameron Campbell has started to slide up the racetrack just a little bit to get off that bumpy section on the bottom of the racetrack at both ends of the racetrack. And he's losing considerable amount of time by doing it. White flag in the air for Cameron Campbell. The gap down to less than a car length. 2/10 at the line. Tyler Lupton going to turn in a little bit too early, it looked like. Just that little mistake. Looks like it's going to seal the win for Cameron Campbell off turn 4 on the third WFO Outlaw Wing heat race. Tyler Lupton will settle for a second. Devin Fager third. Tyler McLaren fourth. Cade Ballinger fifth. Gunnar Griffin sixth. Harrison Robard flips and ends up in 7th. Sean Robbins did not make the start.
And up next will be our final WFO Micro Series heat race of the evening. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Edwardsville, Illinois, number 94X, Jordan Clary. Starting second from Kokomo, Indiana, number K10, Cole Kirkman. Starting third from Springfield, Illinois, number 55S, Darren Stark. Starting fourth from Hammond, Illinois, number 88, Billy Lieb. Starting fifth from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 27, Sam Morthland. Starting sixth from Lincoln, Illinois, number 22, Tanner Triplett. Starting seventh from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 69T, Trey Erdman. And starting eighth from Livingston, Illinois, number 10B, Brandon Pfeiffer. This is your final WFO Micro Series heat race of the evening.
Caution lights out around the racetrack once again. All 8 drivers making it out onto the racetrack for the 4th and final WFO Outlaw Wing heat race of the night. Past the start cone, and the green flag is out. Going to be a good jump there for Clary, but an even better jump for Cole Kirkman on that outside lane. Going to try to take that high side momentum off turn 2. Isn't able to do it. And Jordan Clary is going to work his way through turns 3 and 4. In the lead as Billy Lee bounces through turns 3 and 4. Had Darren Stark all over the left side of his race car, and he was able to keep it on all 4 tires, and we stay green. Darren Stark slides a little bit too far in front of Billy Lee, it looked like. Both of them over the bumps in turns 1 and 2. A lot of cars unhappy over on the bottom of the racetrack all the way around. As one car with an issue over in turn 4, slow. I believe it's Braden Pfeiffer. No, it's not Pfeiffer. It's the 21. That's Sam Morthland. Car just stalled in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Caution had to be thrown. Jordan Clary going to lead us back to green. We got the 1-to-go signal right away. Cole Kirkman, Darren Stark, the top 3 as they come back to green with 7 laps to go, 3 complete on the 4th and final heat race for the Outlaw Wings of the WFO Series. Back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time back under green. Jordan Clary, a 3/10 advantage over second place Cole Kirkman. Kirkman, good run there on that outside lane, trying to find something up higher in the racetrack. Just hasn't started to come in just yet. Darren Stark falling back from the front 2 just a little bit as Billy Leap starting to close in, slowing blood in the water. He wants to take that 3rd spot away. He keeps it right around the berm on the bottom of the racetrack. 2 packs of 4 have formed in this heat race with 4 laps to go. Both 3rd and 4th place. Darren Stark, Billy Leap having a bad turns 3 and 4. Hit the bumps in a bad way, but up in front, Cole Kirkman right there on the back bumper is Jordan Clary with now 2 laps to go. He may have a shot at this heat race win. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second. It's going to be maybe even closer when they come back to the timing line to the white flag this time. Jordan Clary going to keep it right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Late apex for Cole Kirkman this time in turns 1 and 2. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as he tries that late apex again. Jordan Clary is going to get the final win for the WFO Series in a heat race at Coles County Speedway. Jordan Clary the winner, Cole Kirkman in 2nd, Darren Stark 3rd, Billy Leap 4th, Tanner Triplett 5th, Braden Pfeiffer 6th, Sam Morthland 7th, Trey Erdman 8th. And with that, that will conclude the Hyper Racing WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series presented by Flying A Coaches and Trailers Heat Racing. Up next, going to be the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints.
And up next is our High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Races. We have a total of 20 entrants, and we'll have 3 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is, starting first, from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Waylon Vogel. Starting second, from Dawson, Illinois, number 25B, Case Barnard. Starting third, from Logan, Illinois, number 17D, Deacon Dees. Starting fourth, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 20, Riker Sumner. Starting fifth, from Brownsburg, Indiana, number 7, Hudson Andrews. Starting sixth, from White Pigeon, Michigan, number 14M, Ryder Morris. And starting seventh, from Oakland, Illinois, number D52, Joseph Bonowitz. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 1 here at Coles County Speedway.
We'll come back to the 1 to green this time at the flag stand. An issue for Ryder Morris. Brought his car into the infield, having a stuck throttle issue apparently. Waylon Vogel, Case Barnard, the front row for the first heat race of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. And they will work their way towards the start cone in turns 3 and 4. The green flag is in the air. Good jump there for the two outside front row starters. Case Barnard and Riker Sumner will go through 1-2. As Waylon Vogel will drop back to 4th, maybe 5th, as Hudson Andrews gets alongside and trying out that high side. But it isn't going to be enough, as Joseph Bonowitz will find his way up into 3rd off that initial jump as well. 1 and 2, Case Barnard and Riker Sumner past the first lap complete, and it will be that same order when they come back to complete lap number 2. Hudson Andrews will get underneath Waylon Vogel as they go back into turns 1 and 2. Hudson Andrews clear as Waylon Vogel got a little bit too high in turn 2. Car got loose, it looked like, but is able to keep it going in the right direction. We stay green as Hudson Andrews underneath Joseph Bonowitz now for 3rd. As one car, Riker Sumner, with an issue of some sort. The car slow on the entry to turn 1, and the caution will come out. 3 laps will be marked as complete. 5 to go on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints Heat Race 1. Case Barnard will lead us back to green. Then it'll be Hudson Andrews in 2nd, Joseph Bonowitz 3rd, Waylon Vogel 4th, and Deacon Dees back in 5th. Track crew seeing some debris on the high side on the front stretch. So it will be just a moment while track crew cleans up some of that debris for the junior sprints receive the 1 to green signal. One to go signal has been given for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race 1. 3 laps complete, 5 to go. As they work their way back to the green flag, going to be a good jump there for Case Barnard, but an even better jump for Hudson Andrews all over the back bumper and the entry to turn 1. Joseph Bonowitz keeping right there with them as they work off turn 2 for the first time back under green. Waylon Vogel in 4th, and 5th will be Deacon Dees. Still single file as they'll come around to complete lap number 5 as Waylon Vogel is going to work underneath Joseph Bonowitz off turn 4, trying to take that 3rd spot away. Going to slide up a little bit. It's loose again right on the exit of turn 2 is Waylon Vogel, but he is able to keep that 3rd position for now. Joseph Bonowitz had a better turns 3 and 4, but it wasn't enough to take back that 3rd spot. Vogel loose again off of turn 2. But the white flag will come out for Case Barnard off into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. It's a 7/10 advantage to Hudson Andrews in 2nd as they work down the backstretch for the final time. Into turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is waving for Case Barnard, who's going to win the first High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race. Waylon Vogel's car still loose as he comes back across the stripe. As that heat race will come to an end, Hudson Andrews 2nd, Waylon Vogel 3rd. Joseph Bonowitz 4th, Deacon Dees 5th, Riker Sumner out of the race at the end of lap 3 in the 6th position, and Ryder Morris did not make the start of the race, but was on the racetrack in 7th.
And up next is our High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race number 2 of 3. And your starting lineup is starting first from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. Starting second from Muhammad, Illinois, number 57, Nolan Leone. Starting third from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 99K, Carter Bates. Starting fourth from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 28K, McKinnon Crin. Starting fifth from Farmington, Missouri, number 52C, Boston Coleman. Starting sixth from Alexis, Illinois, number 21, Riker Toops. And starting 7th from Park Hills, Missouri, number 6, Cruz Parson. This is your high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway.
Caution lights are out for Xander LaRose, Nolan Leone, and the rest of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race 2 as they come back to the green flag. On the start, good jump there for Xander LaRose, and the caution will come back out. It sounds like race control saw something they didn't like off that initial jump. Warning was issued to the 1Z of Xander LaRose for jumping the start. And everybody back into their starting positions. Caution lights out around the racetrack as race control has made sure that everybody's back into their starting positions. Xander LaRose and Nolan Leone once again the front row for this initial start of the second heat race of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Past the start cone and the green flag is in the air. Good jump there for Nolan Leone on the outside lane. We'll see if he's able to cut back down to the inside. Is able to do so in front of Carter Bates and is able to keep that second spot for now. Side by side for the fourth position is Riker Toops and McKenna Corinne still side by side past the flag stand. McKenna Corinne tries to shut the door on Riker Toops on the entry to turn 1. Will just about be able to do so and holds on to that fourth spot, trying to already take that third spot away from Carter Bates as they come off turn 4. Great entry to turns 3 and 4 there for McKenna Corinne, able to pick off Carter Bates for the third position as she continues to make her march forward through the field. Still, though, Xander LaRose and Nolan Leone pulling away from this second heat race of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Then a 3-car pack further behind McKenna Corinne. Under a blanket, Carter Bates, Riker Toops, Cruz Parsons as they run it for the moment. But definitely expect that to change with 3 laps to go. Riker Toops makes a move on Carter Bates. A little bit of contact made. They're 3 wide off turn 2. Cruz Parson backs out of it, going back into turns 3 and 4. Xander LaRose continues to lead with 2 laps to go over Nolan Leone and McKenna Corinne. Still fighting it out for that fourth position is Carter Bates, Riker Toops, and Cruz Parson. Toops will finally get to the inside as they come back to the white flag. Xander LaRose leading the way by about a car length and a half over Nolan Leone in second. LaRose back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and Xander LaRose is going to win the second High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race. It's a good run there for Nolan Leone right at the end, but just too little, too late. Ends up in second, McKenna Corinne third, Riker Toops fourth, Carter Bates fifth, Cruz Parsons sixth, and Boston Coleman in seventh.
And up next will be our final heat race for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprints. And here is your starting lineup for heat race number 3. Starting first from Des Lodge, Missouri, number 25P, Presley Hall. Starting second from Lovington, Illinois, number 22F, Evan France. Starting third from Argenta, Illinois, number 17, AJ Barber. Starting fourth from Fort Madison, Iowa, number 17M, Garrett Moorfield. Starting fifth from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. And starting sixth from Farmington, Missouri, number 40C, Cohen Coleman. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 3 here at Coles County Speedway.
Presley Hall, Evan France, the front row for heat race 3 of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. This is going to be a messy start, and the caution will get waved back. Presley Hall, Evan France, once again on attempt 2 of the initial start. Green flag is in the air as they're almost 4 wide off turn 4, coming to the green flag, and it's going to be a good jump there for the 5B. Evan Boyd, who's going to find himself in third after that mess off the initial jump. Presley Hall will lead lap number 1 over second place. Garrett Moorfield nose to tail the top 3 as they come off turn 2. Evan Boyd going to have to start thinking about where's he going to make this move. He backs up the exit of turn 4, gets to the inside of Moorfield, and takes that second spot away. He's going to try to pick off Presley Hall as well off turn 2. Wasn't good enough down there. A little bit of contact made with Moreland as they go off into turn 3, but still nose to tail the top 3, and now they're bringing in that number 17 car of A.J. Barber. Nose to tail for the top 4. Evan Boyd knows he's got to go, and he is making the move on the 25P of Presley Hall. Going to slide her up the racetrack, and that's going to lose her the second position to the 17M of Garrett Moorfield. As trouble in turn number 4, Cohen Coleman goes for a spin, and the caution will come out. It does look like that car stalled after spinning in turn 2. It gets it refired, and he will rejoin in and back on the field just past the halfway point. 4 laps complete, 4 to go on this third and final High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint heat race. Evan Boyd will lead us back to green. Garrett Moorfield in second. Third will be Presley Hall. Fourth, A.J. Barber. Fifth, Evan Francis. Sixth, Cohen Coleman as they receive the 1 to green signal. Evan Boyd going to lead the third and final heat race of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints back to green with 4 laps to go. Good jump there as the field gets spread apart pretty quickly. Cohen Coleman already trying to throw it in there, taking positions from Evan France, but ends up handing it back over as he got a little bit too loose over the berm. Settles back in 6th for now. Field's going to try to work its way back to getting organized nose to tail as they come back to 2 laps to go on this heat race. Evan Boyd, about a half a second advantage over Garrett Moorfield, pulling away now from Moorfield in second. Hall also closing in on Moorfield at the same time, but again, the gap maybe a little bit too big as they come back to the white flag this time. Evan Boyd through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and Evan Boyd will collect the checkered flag on the third and final High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint heat race. Garrett Moorfield in second, Presley Hall third, A.J. Barber fourth, Cohen Coleman fifth, Evan France sixth.
Up next will be our Spartan Transportation A-class wing. We have 25 entries. We will have 3 heat races. And here is your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 22, Tanner Triplett. Starting second, from Loami, Illinois, number 7D, Zach Dowler. Starting third, from Farmington, Missouri, number 9, Rowan Edgar. Starting fourth, from Harristown, Illinois, number 8J, J.J. Williams. Starting fifth, from Princeton, Indiana, number 5E, Eli Holden. Starting sixth, from Clay Center, Kansas, number 97, Donnie Burrows. Starting seventh, from Fredericktown, Missouri, number 4, Jake Francis. Starting eighth, from Hammond, Illinois, number 14, Nolan Bartlett. Bloomsdale, Missouri, number 4X, Brian Martinelli. This is your heat race number 1.
Tanner Triplett, Zach Daller, the front row with control of the first Spartan Transportation A-class wing heat race, are going to pass by the start cone to the green flag. Great jump there for Tanner Triplett. Zach Daller backs up that initial start, tries to dive underneath Tanner Triplett, but it wasn't enough, and he'll lose a position to the 9, it looks like, of Rowan Edgar. No, that's the AJ of J.J. Williams. Edgar falling back a little bit as the caution will come out. Looks like a piece of debris on the entry to turn 3 right in the middle. May have been off of the 14 of Nolan Bartley. Nolan Bartley going to get some assistance from the track crew. That piece of debris did come off of that car. Looks like, unfortunately for him, whatever fell off the car was important enough that he is going to get a tow back to the pit area, it looks like. So one lap officially complete for the first heat race of the Spartan Transportation A-class wings. Leading us back to green will be Tanner Triplett. J.J. Williams will be in second. Zach Daller third. Rowan Edgar fourth. Donnie Burrows fifth. Brian Martinelli sixth. Eli Holden seventh. And Jake Francis eighth. Once again, Tanner Triplett and J.J. Williams, the front two. Zach Daller back in third as this restart. One lap complete officially. 7 to go on the first Spartan Transportation A-class wing heat race. But as we come back to green, as the 2-4 cars, looks like they may have come together. They're off the initial restart. Still green for now. One of them, Jake Francis, slow off turn 2. He's going to make a hard left-hand turn into the infield and will stay green. Rowan Edgar almost making some contact there with Donnie Burrows as Burrows got sideways up above him. Able to keep it clean. And we are still continuing to stay green. A lot of contact here early on in this heat race. Tanner Triplett now pulling away from J.J. Williams and Zach Daller. Donnie Burrows super sideways on the exit of the corner, able to keep it in the right direction, though. A car looking pretty quick as Rowan Edgar is going to try to slide up in front of Eli Holden, it looked like. Eli Holden trying everything he can to get around the number 9 of Rowan Edgar through turn 2. But still, that 22 of Tanner Triplett continuing to lead the way. And he'll come back to the white flag this time. Tanner Triplett has J.J. Williams starting to close in. Down to less than half a second. J.J. Williams is flying. He's going to make a throw on down to the inside. It's not going to be enough, though. Tanner Triplett is going to take the win on the first Spartan Transportation A-class wing heat race. Those last 2 laps, J.J. Williams was absolutely flying. I looked up. He was 0.3 a lap faster. Both of those final 2 laps just wasn't enough to pick off Tanner Triplett for the heat race win. Zach Daller third, Donnie Burrows fourth, Eli Holden fifth, Rowan Edgar sixth, Brian Martinelli seventh, Nolan Bartley and Jake Francis both out of the race at the completion of 1 lap.
Up next is Spartan Transportation A-class wing heat race number 2, and here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 71, Lydia May. Starting second from Clarkston, Michigan, number 4T, Tyler Lupton. Starting third from Farmington, Missouri, number 17C, Willow Coleman. Starting fourth from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 24, Cameron Campbell. Starting fifth from Litchfield, Illinois, number 3E, Bodie Everett. Starting sixth from Springfield, Ohio, number 8X, Nate Bailey. Starting seventh from Findlay, Tennessee, number 29, Lane Surratt. And starting eighth from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Molly Day. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2.
Lydia May, Tyler Lupton, the front row past the start cone. Some contact made. Lydia May up on 3 tires past the start-finish line as that 8X of Nate Bailey is so hard on the brakes trying to avoid contact. And he may have some sort of brake issue underneath the hood of the 8X. We'll see if he decides to continue on, but something definitely amiss for the 8X as the field's still trying to get it organized out in front. But Lydia May has pulled away from the field at a rapid pace. Cameron Campbell now up to second as Bodie Everett falls back to third. Tyler Lupton will go around his outside into the third spot with 2 laps complete. Caution will likely have to come out here for the 8X of Nate Bailey. They will get it down to the infield, so no caution needed. Still the 71 of Lydia May, now with a 1 second advantage over Cameron Campbell, continuing to set the pace past the halfway point. In third, it's Tyler Lupton with Lane Surratt starting to close in on his back bumper as we come back to 3 laps to go on this heat race. Surratt had a good run on the entry to turn 1 on Tyler Lupton, but didn't take it. Settled back in line in fourth for now. 2 laps to go for Lydia May. Ball back towards Cameron Campbell as Campbell has picked up the pace. White flag in the air this time for Lydia May. The gap down to just about 2 car lengths past the start-finish line, and it's going to be a huge run off turn 2 for Cameron Campbell. He's going to try to throw it into turns 3 and 4 just like that last heat race, but once again, it's not enough, and Lydia May will take the win on the second Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race. Cameron Campbell second, Tyler Lupton third, Lane Surratt fourth, Bodie Everett fifth, Molly Day sixth, Willow Coleman seventh, Nate Bailey out of the race at the end of 2 laps.
Up next is the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 3, our final heat race for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing tonight. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Ashland, Missouri, number 90. Starting fourth from Fairland, Indiana, number 95M, Noah Mell. Starting fifth from Delphos, Ohio. Starting sixth from Farmington, Missouri, number 14B, Brody Bridgman. Starting seventh from McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania, number 15G, Ashen Glazier. And starting eighth from Farmington, Missouri, number 12C, Bella Coleman. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 3.
One green signal waved off as race control saw something they didn't like. Looks like Bella Coleman unable to make the start of this heat race, and with that the caution lights will go out with the 1 green signal officially given. It'll be Gunnar Griffin and Tyler Taylor, the front row, as they work their way back into turns 3 and 4 and to the green flag off turn 4. Good jump there for the inside front row starter. Gunnar Griffin is able to pull away from the 88T of Tyler Taylor just a little bit. But Tyler Taylor starting to close back in down on that bottom side of the racetrack. Jordan Clary also right there on his back bumper. Noah Mell isn't going to go away either. They're all right there under a blanket as they went back off into turn 1. They'll get spread out a little bit further this time as they work back through turns 3 and 4. The top three starting to form their own pack away from the rest of the field as Taylor gets loose in front of Clary. Clary's going to take an opportunity here into turns 3 and 4. Clary did not have the run that he wanted. Has to back out of it as he worked his way through the middle of 3 and 4. How about Brody Bridgman? He just found his way up there through the field. He finds himself up into 4th as the leader with an issue in front of Tyler Taylor. Gunnar Griffin slow off turn 4. And Tyler Taylor wasn't expecting it at all. Ends up making some heavy contact, and the caution will come out. And I do believe this is going to be an interesting situation because timing and scoring put Tyler Taylor ahead at the timing line, and it does look like race control is going to follow that order. As Gunnar Griffin will pull his car into the infield, Tyler Taylor is going to lead us back to green. Jordan Clary in second, Brody Bridgman third, Noah Mell fourth, Ashton Glazier fifth. Yeah, looks like that's all the cars that are running at the moment. Track crew looking for debris from Gunnar Griffin's car in turns 3 and 4. Four laps complete, 4 laps to go for the third heat race of the Spartan Transportation A-class wings. Once again, Tyler Taylor this time going to lead us back to green. And he'll get a good jump past the flag stand. And Jordan Clary is going to want to take that lead back as soon as he can. He's going to have a good run on the entry to turns 3 and 4 this time. Stands on the brakes as he gets a little bit unstable on the entry, but stays right in the tire tracks of the 88T of Tyler Taylor. Taylor slides up a little bit too far. Clary's going to have a good opportunity into turns 3 and 4. Taylor backs up the entry this time as Bridgman's going to try to throw the slider on Mel behind them, and it will just about have enough room to do so. Glazier's going to try to throw the slider on Bridgman. They'll make contact off turn 2, and Mel will try to throw his nose in that battle for the third spot as the white flag will come out, this time for Jordan Clary. Taylor's car just does not look fast on the exit of the corner. Issue of some sort for Tyler Taylor at the end of this race, it looks like, as the checkered will come out. And the win will go to Jordan Clary on the third Spartan Transportation A-class wing heat race. Tyler Taylor second, Brody Bridgman third, Ashton Glazier fourth, Noah Mell fifth. Gunnar Griffin out of the race at the end of lap 4, and Paige Perrine out of the race at the end of lap 2.
And up next here at Coles County Speedway will be our Modlite class. We have a total entry list of 10 cars. We will have 2 heat races. And your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is, starting first from Bloomington, Indiana, number 77M, Zach Malone. Starting second from Windsor, Illinois, number 93J, J.R. Wiltermood. Starting third from Steelville, Illinois, number 27P, Austin Park. Starting fourth from Charleston, Illinois, number 13, Danny Hayes. And starting fifth from Mitchell, Indiana, number 15, Jimmy Arthur. This is your Modlites heat race number 1 here at Coles County Speedway.
Zach Malone, J.R. Wiltermuth, the front row past the start cone and to the green flag. Good jump there for Wiltermuth on that outside lane. He's going to pull Austin Park with him as Park will send it 3 wide middle to try to take this lead away. As they work their way back through turns 3 and 4, Park is going to send it into turns 3 and 4, slides up in front of J.R. Wiltermuth, and Austin Park will lead lap number 1 of Modlite Heat 1. Zach Malone in third has Danny Hayes all over him, trying to take that third spot away in car 13. Jimmy Arthur back in fifth. Single file still, the Modlite Heat Race 1 field. Keeping it right on the bottom of the racetrack all the way around. Austin Park starting to slide up a little bit. Same thing from J.R. Wiltermuth as Zach Malone has Danny Hayes coming ever closer, trying to take that third spot away. Not a great 3 and 4 there for J.R. Wiltermuth that last time by, as Jimmy Arthur looks like he may have spun off turn 4, and he will try to pull it down in the infield. Maybe something mechanically broken for Jimmy Arthur, and this will bring out the caution. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Restricted micros B main to staging. Restricted micros B main to staging. After the restricted micros, in staging needs to be the Outlaw wing cars, and after the Outlaw wing cars need to be the junior sprints. Track crew working on getting Jimmy Arthur's car towed back to the pit area. Austin Park will lead us back to green with half of the heat race left to go once that car gets back to the pit area. J.R. Wiltermuth in second, Zach Malone third, Danny Hayes fourth. Caution lights out once again around the racetrack as Austin Park, J.R. Wiltermuth, Zach Malone, and Danny Hayes. The remainder of Heat Race 1 for the Modlites with 4 laps to go. As they come back to the restart cone, Austin Park back on the gas, up on the berm. J.R. Wiltermuth had a great jump there, makes some heavy contact with the back end of the 27. And J.R. Wiltermuth having right front suspension damage will bring that car to a halt on the inside of turns 1 and 2, which brings out the caution once again. J.R. Wiltermuth going to try to feel out the damages, number 93J. That was some heavy contact, too. The rear end of the 27P of Austin Park. Looks like he's going to stay on the racetrack. Still 4 laps to go on the Modlite Heat Race 1. Austin Park leading us back to green once again. Zach Malone in second, Danny Hayes third, J.R. Wiltermuth fourth. Austin Park at the restart cone once again, slides a little bit further than he wanted to. It looks like something definitely amiss for the 27P off the initial jumps. It looks like just isn't able to have as much power on the gas. Definitely slow on the straightaways. That's going to allow Zach Malone, Danny Hayes, and J.R. Wiltermuth to get a huge run on him. And Austin Park going to go to the high side now in turns 1 and 2. J.R. Wiltermuth trying out that high side as well, having no pace up there. Is probably going to go back down to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Stays up there. So does Austin Park. Zach Malone running in second all over the back bumper of the 27P of Austin Park. He's going to throw it into turns 3 and 4. Austin Park shuts the door as they come back to the white flag this time, still side by side at the flag stand. As Austin Park's car will now fall back into second. Zach Malone into the lead. Park still slow down the backstretch as Zach Malone off of turn number 4 to the heat race win. We're 3 wide at the line for second. Austin Park gets it. Danny Hayes third. J.R. Wiltermuth fourth. Jimmy Arthur out of the race at the end of lap 3.
And up next is our final Modlite heat race for the evening, and here is your starting lineup. Starting first, from Steelville, Illinois, number 17P, Andy Park. Starting second, from Charleston, Illinois, number 819, Chris Grigg. Starting third, from Windsor, Illinois, number 7W, Dustin Wiltermuth. Starting fourth, from Greenwood, Indiana, number 41, Casey Davis. And starting fifth, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 31, Reed Bowman. This is your Modlite heat race number 2.
One to green waved off as the 41 with an issue in turn 2. Casey Davis brings that car to a halt. And the rest of this Modlite heat race is going to bring the pace speed down to allow for a track crew to take a look at Casey Davis's car. Caution lights out around the racetrack as Andy Park and Chris Grigg the front row. New row 2 will be Dustin Wiltermuth and Reed Bowman for this start. Past the start cone, and the green flag is out on the second Modlite heat race. They held off into turn 1. Dustin Wiltermuth in third backs out of it completely. That allows Andy Park and Chris Grigg to get away from him, and Dustin Wiltermuth's car does not look stable on the entry to turn 3. Wise decision from him to back out of it early on. Andy Park now pulling away from Chris Grigg as they'll come around to complete lap number 2 of the second Modlite heat race. It's about half a second faster than Chris Grigg as Dustin Wiltermuth is going to bring his car into the infield. So Reed Bowman will take over the third position on the racetrack. As they complete lap number 3, it's still Andy Park leading the way. Chris Grigg starting to pick up the pace. Coming to 5 laps to go, 5 laps complete, 3 to go is Andy Park in the 17P. Chris Grigg running second, and Reed Bowman just put 1 lap down. 2 laps to go for Andy Park, leading the second Modlite heat race. And Andy Park will work off turn number 4 to the white flag this time. Park with a 2-second advantage will work back into turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and Andy Park is going to dominate the second Modlite heat race and take the win over Chris Grigg, who crosses the line in second. Reed Bowman's going to cross the line in third, 1 lap down. Dustin Wilterman fourth out of the race at the end of lap 2, and Casey Davis was on track but did not make the start.
Up next will be our WFO Restricted Micros B feature. It will be 12 laps, and the top 6 cars will transfer into the feature later tonight. And here's your starting lineup for your WFO Restricted Micros B feature. Starting first, from Benton, Illinois, number 53, Natalie Hubbard. Starting second, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 21S, Henry Schneider. Starting third, from Princeton, Indiana, number 22, Drake Tarleton. Starting fourth, from Riverton, Illinois, number 21C, Carson Eskew. Starting fifth, from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 12K, Kylie Bates. Starting sixth, from Springfield, Illinois, number 11S, RJ Smith. Starting seventh, from Springfield, Illinois, number 10, JC Standridge. Starting eighth, from Maryland Heights, Missouri, number 29H, Forrest Holder. Starting ninth, from Bon Terre, Missouri, number 61, Zane Smith. Starting 10th, from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. And starting 11th, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 20, Mackenzie Meany. This is your B feature. 12 laps. Top 6 transfer to the feature later tonight.
So we find ourselves in an interesting situation here in this Factory 14 WFO Restricted Micro Series presented by Miners Towing B-Main, because we find the points leader, Zane Smith, who entered tonight 230 points up on second place, Willow Coleman. He finds himself outside of the transfer position to start this B-Main. He's got a rather far way to go. Willow Coleman already in the feature later tonight. Same deal as the third and fourth place and fifth place cars, Mackenzie Dallard, Dalton Clary, and Grayson Graham. So if Zane Smith cannot advance, that could potentially blow the door wide open for this Restricted Micro Championship in the WFO Series. But for now, it's all going to matter right here. Top 6 advance from this B feature into the A main later on tonight. It's Natalie Hubbard, Henry Schneider, Drake Charlton, Carson Eskew, Kylie Bates, and RJ Smith. They are starting in the transfer positions as the green flag is going to come out. Going to be a good job there for Stanridge outside the initial transfer spots. RJ Smith going to power around the outside. He'll pick off 2 cars off that initial jump. And no changes for that final transfer spot just yet, as lap number 1 will go to the 53. And Natalie Hubbard, as Zane Smith's going to spin over in turn 4. The caution's going to have to come out for debris, as the cone was knocked over as well. So again, this is a 12-lap B main, and Zane Smith now finds himself in last, as Mackenzie did not make this. This is a very interesting situation that Zane Smith finds himself in. He needs to have the best result possible in this B main. He needs to advance to try to lock up this championship before the A main. Get us back to green. Henry Schneider in second. Carson Eskew third. RJ Smith fourth. Drake Tarleton fifth. Kylie Bates sixth as they come back to the 1 to green signal. JC Standers seventh. Forrest Holder eighth. Evan Boyd ninth. And Zane Smith in 10th. 11 laps to go for the B main of the WFO Restricted Micro Series. Hubbard already thinking about where she's going to take this restricted micro feature field, or B main field. She's going to go to the high side in turns 3 and 4. Back down to the bottom past the restart cone. Henry Schneider didn't get a good jump. Carson Eskew did. Everyone further back did not get the jump they wanted. That's going to allow the race leader, Natalie Hubbard, to get away at a rapid pace. Forrest Holder has to settle back in line. As that transfer spot battle going to brew ever so closer. Still, Kylie Bates, that final transfer position in car number 12K. The pink and white car behind number 22 of Drake Tarleton. She's got J.C. Stanridge right there with her. Stanridge going to try to take this transfer spot away from either Bates or Tarleton, as Tarleton now on the outside. Stanridge almost thought to go 3 wide on the bottom on the entry to turn 3. Decided against it as the battle for 5th continues in front of her. That's going to allow Kylie Bates by into 5th. Puts Tarleton into the final transfer spot for now. Kylie Bates going to get underneath him, though. This could be the potential transfer spot for J.C. Stanridge. Still, Zane Smith yet to pass anybody back there in 10th. Halfway for Natalie Hubbard, who's continuing to lead this B main in a dominant fashion as Zane Smith gets loose again in turns 3 and 4. At the same time, J.C. Stanridge will go through for the final transfer spot on Drake Tarleton. Tarleton, who started 3rd, now finds himself in 7th with time running out. 5 laps to go. Now coming to 4 to go is Natalie Hubbard with a 2-second advantage over Henry Schneider. Then it's another second back to Carson Eskew, and then another second back to R.J. Smith, and then an additional half second to Kylie Bates and J.C. Stanridge, both 5th and 6th respectively. Both those cars in the transfer spot. Evan Boyd tried getting underneath Drake Tarleton for the 7th position, which unfortunately doesn't matter at the moment as that is not in the feature. We're coming at 2 laps to go for Natalie Hubbard off turn 4. She might have a little bit of dirty air to continue with, but it will not be lap traffic at the end of this race. She'll come to the white flag this time as that transfer spot drives ever further away from Drake Tarleton and the rest of this B main field at the tail of it. As Natalie Hubbard back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Natalie Hubbard is going to win the WFO Restricted Micro B main. Across the line also in is Henry Schneider. Carson Eskew. R.J. Smith is in. Kylie Bates is in. And J.C. Stanridge is going to be the last driver across the line inside the transfer position in 6th. Drake Tarleton, Forrest Holder, Zane Smith, and Evan Boyd all will not advance into the A main for the WFO Restricted Micro feature later tonight. Mackenzie Meany did not make the start.
And coming up next is our WFO Outlaw Wing B feature. It will be 12 laps once again, and the top 6 will transfer into the A main. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first from Lincoln, Illinois. Starting second from Livingston. Starting third from Edwardsville, Illinois, number 6, Brandon Schneider. Starting fourth from Marshall, Illinois, number 00, Brandon Healy. Starting fifth from Clay Center, Kansas, number 16C, Donnie Burrows. Starting sixth from Lovington, Illinois, number 12, Kay Ballinger. Starting seventh from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting eighth from Ashland, Missouri, number 95G, Gunnar Griffin. Starting ninth from O'Fallon, Missouri, number 00X, Bryce Fair. Starting 10th from Dardine Prairie, Missouri, number 11R, Harrison Robarbs. Starting 11th from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 21, Sam Morthland. Starting 12th from Ontario, New York, number 56S, Tom Olico. Starting 13th from Bloomsdale, Missouri, number 4X, Brian Martinelli. Starting 14th, number 64, Aaron Gassina. Starting 15th from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 69T, Trey Erdman. Starting 16th from O'Fallon, Missouri, number 63, Jack Wismiller. Starting 17th from Riverton, Illinois, number 21A, Eric Andruszkiewicz. And starting 18th from Collinsville, Illinois, number 8S, Sean Robbins. This is your B feature for the WFO Outlaw Wing. 18 entries in this race, top 6 advanced, 12 laps.
18 drivers going to be fighting it out for 6 spots in this B main 4. The Hyper Racing WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series presented by Flying A Coaches and Trailers. Only the top 6 will advance into the A main later on tonight, but for now it's going to be Tanner Triplett, Braden Pfeiffer, Brandon Schneider, Brandon Healy, Donnie Burrows, and Cade Ballinger starting with themselves in the feature. Green flag is in the air, and they're off into turn 1. The field's going to charge through turns 1 and 2, some of them 3 wide further back in the pack as one car, Sean Robbins, into the infield. He will call his night a quit at the drop of the green flag. Still the same top 6, but we have the 7F, which is really the 14 of Nolan Barley, has found his way forward. Multiple cars are going to make some heavy contact at turn 3, and one's going to end up on its side. Red flag is displayed. Track crew says all drivers involved in that incident are okay. We can already see a couple of them climbing out of their race cars. And at the end of this wreck, it looks like it's going to be 5 cars out of the race at the conclusion of lap 1. Sounds like it's Trey Erdman that ended up on his side. Sam Morthland, Brian Martinelli also involved, along with Aaron Gashina. Red flag will be lifted in just a moment, but at the time being, race control working on getting everybody into their restarting positions before going back to yellow flag conditions on the racetrack. Braden Pfeiffer will lead us back to green. Tanner Triplett in second. Brandon Healy third. Cade Ballinger fourth. Brendan Schneider fifth. Donnie Burrows sixth. Nolan Bartley seventh. Gunnar Griffin eighth. Tom Alico ninth. Bryce Fair will be rounding out the top 10, it looks like. Like Jas Wismiller restarting in 11th will be the last car on the racetrack. 1 to go signal has been given to the B feature for the WFO Outlaw Wing Micros once again. Again, your top 6 that are in the transfer at the moment: Braden Pfeiffer, Tanner Triplett, Brandon Healy, Cade Ballinger, Brandon Schneider, and Donnie Burrows will make their way towards the restart cone with 11 laps to go, only 1 complete. As the green flag back in the air, is going to be a jump, I believe, for the 56 of Tom Alico. I'd imagine race control is going to give a penalty if we get another yellow. But for now, the top 6 stays the same. Nolan Bartley in car number 14 going to try to make his way forward, but just does not have any pace on that outside lane at all. Brandon Healy coming under pressure from Cade Ballinger, as Ballinger starting to roll his line a little bit better. He's looking for that 3rd position on Brandon Healy. He's going to try to go around the outside as the field will come to complete lap number 4. Nolan Bartley now on the outside of Donnie Burrows. Donnie Burrows spins in turn number 4. The caution will come out. Donnie Burrows, I think, got a little bit anxious, got back to that gas a little bit early when Nolan Bartley got alongside him. And so now Nolan Bartley will find himself in the final transfer spot on this next restart. 4 laps complete, 8 to go on the WFO Outlaw Wing B main. Braden Pfeiffer the leader, Tanner Triplett second, Brandon Healy third, Cade Ballinger fourth, Brandon Schneider fifth, Nolan Bartley sixth. Those are the drivers in. Tom Alico 7th, first car out. Gunnar Griffin 8th, Bryce Fair 9th, Jack Wismiller 10th. Donnie Burrows may be having transponder issue of some sort. It's showing him, it did initially show him 11th, multiple laps down, but obviously that's not the case. As the field will come back to the 1 to go signal this time. We'll stay on the high side of the racetrack. As 2 restart cones, 1 on the front stretch and 1 in turn 4. The one where they get control is turn 4. And they have to stay above the cone on the front stretch as they take the green flag. Caution lights out around the racetrack with 8 laps to go on the WFO Outlaw Wing B main. Again, top 6 make it in. Braden Pfeiffer on the high side is back on the gas, and we are back green. Nobody's going to jump out of line. They're going to keep it all still single file as they work their way back into turns 1 and 2. Great run there for Nolan Bartley off that jump. He's going to get all over the back bumper of Brandon Schneider as Bartley's car has just taken off like a rocket these last 2 restarts. He finds himself in 5th now as he heads off into turn 1. Brandon Schneider will fall back into 6th, and car number 6 is Gunnar Griffin will be the first car trying to get by him for that final transfer position, but it's about a 1 second advantage for that 6th place car. But out in front, just past the halfway point, with 5 laps to go, it's Braden Pfeiffer still continuing to lead the way. Tanner Triplett second, third, Cade Ballinger starting to close in on Tanner Triplett, wanting to take that 2nd spot away. As Brandon Healy runs 4th, 5th is Nolan Bartley, 6th is Brandon Schneider, who's now pulled a 1 second advantage over the 7th place car, Gunnar Griffin. As Gunnar Griffin will spin in turn 2, and this will bring the caution out once again. This time with 4 laps to go. The field will get bunched up once again. And this time it'll be Tom Alico will be restarting 7th with a shot at the transfer position. Braden Pfeiffer going to lead us back to green on yet another restart. 8 laps complete, 4 to go on this WFO Outlaw Wing B main. Tanner Triplett in second, Cade Ballinger third, Brandon Healy fourth, Nolan Bartley fifth, Brandon Schneider sixth, Tom Alco seventh, Donnie Burrows eighth, Bryce Fair ninth, and it looks like it'll be Gunnar Griffin rounding out the top 10. Caution lights out once again around the racetrack. This time is starting to run out for the back half of this field. They want to race their way into the future. Braden Pfeiffer approaching that restart cone in turns 3 and 4. He's on the gas once again, and the green flag is back in the air. Tanner Triplett in line right behind him. Didn't have a good enough jump that he wanted, as Brandon Healy's going to try to work his way underneath Cade Ballinger off that initial restart. Wasn't enough, as Nolan Bartley's all over his back bumper now, trying to take that 4th spot away, trying to put yet another car between him and the final transfer spot. Right now, Brandon Schneider in trouble as the 56S of Tom Alco. Alico will go by him, and that is for the final transfer spot. Tom Alico up to 6th is in the race, in the feature later on tonight, if he can hold position on this final lap. White flag this time for Braden Pfeiffer as he works his way back into turns 1 and 2. We're going to have to keep an eye on this transfer battle, and we will not as we get one more caution, as that looks like the 63 of Jake Wismiller is going to spin in turn number 2. And I believe this will be the green and white flags together for a one-lap shootout to decide who transfers into the WFO Winged Outlaw feature later on tonight. At the moment, Braden Pfeiffer is in, Tanner Triplett is in, Cade Ballinger is in, Brandon Healy is in, as is Nolan Bartley and Tom Alico on a one-lap shootout, it looks like. Donnie Burrows, Brandon Schneider, Gunnar Griffin, Bryce Fair will all try to race their way in. Fortunately for Jack Wismiller, he is standing 1 lap down. And with this, 11 laps complete, 1 to go. Who's going to try to make the move on a one-lap shootout to try to make the feature? Green flag is back in the air with the white flag at the same time. Great jump there for the top 3. As that battle for the final transfer spot. Tom Alico, Donnie Burrows side by side off turn 2. Checkered flag is waving as Tom Alico is going to fall back into 7th. The final transfer spot will go to Donnie Burrows in the 16C. Got the restart he wanted and took home that 6th place finish in this B main and advances into the feature. Braden Pfeiffer, the winner of the Outlaw with WFO Outlaw Wing B main. Tanner Triplett 2nd, Cade Ballinger 3rd, Brandon Healy 4th, Nolan Bartley 5th, Donnie Burrows 6th. Those are the 6 cars that'll transfer through to the A main. Tom Alico, Brandon Schneider, Bryce Fair, Gunnar Griffin, Jake Wismiller, along with Sam Morthland, Aaron Gnissa, Trey Erdman, Brian Martinelli, Sean Robbins, Harrison Robars, and Eric Andrew Scavich will not advance to the WFO Outlaw Wing feature later on tonight. With the B mains concluded, coming up next will be the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature for the Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. Looks like 15 laps of distance for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri starts it on the pole in the 5B. Hudson Andrews alongside him from Brownsburg, Indiana in the number 7. Case Barnard starts 3rd from Dawson, Illinois in the 25B. Garrett Moorfield in the 17M from Fort Madison, Iowa starts 4th. Xander LaRose rounds out the top 5 from Festus, Missouri in the 1Z. Joseph Bonowitz starts 6th from Oakland, Illinois in the D52. Nolan Leone in the 57 from Muhammad, Illinois starts 7th, with McKenna Crin to his outside in the 8th starting position from Indianapolis, Indiana in the 28K. Riker Tubes in the 21 from Alexis, Illinois will line up 9th. Waylon Vogel lining up 10th from Buffalo, Illinois in the 14V. Presley Hall from Des Moines, Missouri, starting 11th in the 25P. Starting 12th, A.J. Barber from Argenta, Illinois in the 17. Cohen Coleman in the 40C from Farmington, Missouri, starts 13th, along with Cruz Parson to his outside from Park Hill, Missouri, in the number 6 in the 14th starting position. Deacon Deese from Logan, Illinois in the 17D will start 15th. Carter Bates, 16th from Hillsborough, Missouri in the 99K. Riker Sumner from Terre Haute, Indiana, starts 17th in the car 20. Evan France to his outside in the 22F from Leamington, Illinois, the 18th starting spot. And on the final row, we can find Ryder Morris from White Pigeon, Michigan in the 14M in the 19th starting spot, and in the 20th starting spot, it's Cohen Coleman from Farmington, Missouri in the 52C. That's the starting lineup for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. 15 laps to distance for the Junior Sprint drivers tonight at Coles County Speedway, as they will race for the Hallowing Clash prize tonight. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the first time for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints in their feature. 15 laps is how many times they're going around Coles County Speedway for the Halloween Clash. Evan Boyd, Hudson Andrews at the start cone. Green flag is out for them. Hudson Andrews, good jump there on the outside lane. He's going to try to power around the outside. Is going to get freight trained, it looks like, by the inside lane. No, able to hold on to that second spot as they come off turn 2. The rest of the field trying to sort it back down single file as they work back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time under green in this feature. Evan Boyd leads lap number 1 over Hudson Andrews and Case Barnard, over Garrett Moorfield in the 3rd position. Case Barnard in 4th. Joseph Bonowitz 5th. McKenna Crin just picks off Joseph Bonowitz for the 5th position as Riker Sumner into the infield with a mechanical issue of some sort. Field still trying to get it all organized. Couple cars, one with an issue. Cruz Parsons slow on the entry to turn 3. Going to be something to watch for if that's going to draw a caution or if Cruz Parson can get down to the infield. I don't think he can. He just about will be able to do so before race leader Evan Boyd gets there. Still a great battle off turn 4 and at the flag stand. That's for about the 7th position on the racetrack right now. As now Case Barnard with an issue. He's going to get split about 4 wide in the middle as he tries to pull it down to the infield. 5 laps complete for the race leader Evan Boyd with a 1 1/4 second advantage over second place Hudson Andrews. Garrett Moorfield still running 3rd. Then it's an additional 2 seconds back to McKenna Crin in 4th. 5th Xander LaRose running at the moment 6th. Riker Toops. 7th will be Nolan Leone, I believe. No, it's going to be the 40C of Cohen Coleman. Then Nolan Leone back in 8th. As Cohen Coleman starting to cut through the field as Moorfield starting to close in on that battle for 2nd. Moorfield on the back bumper of Hudson Andrews off turn 2. As they come by the halfway point, 8 laps complete, 7 to go for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Still Hudson Andrews still trying to hold on to that 2nd position and will just about be able to do so as we have a car upside down. The red flag is displayed. It's Cohen Coleman. Track crew has notified us Cohen Coleman is okay, as track crew will work on getting that car righted. And I would imagine, unfortunately for Cohen, I believe his night's going to be coming to an end on this High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature at the end of 8 laps. Once again, under the red flag, race control is working on getting the drivers back into their restarting positions. Evan Boyd will lead us back to green with 7 laps to go on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. Hudson Andrews in second, Garrett Moorfield third, McKenna Kren fourth, Xander LaRose fifth. It'll be Riker Toops in sixth, Nolan Leone seventh, AJ Barber will be in eighth, Joseph Bonowitz ninth, Presley Hall 10th, Carter Bates 11th, Ryder Morris 12th, Waylon Vogel 13th, Boston Coleman 14th, Deacon Deese in 15th, and it does look like the number 40 Sia Cohen Coleman will attempt to continue, so he'll be restarting back at 15th at the tail end of this High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature field. Fields organized, 1 to go signal has been given to the drivers. They're going green this time by, once again, Evan Boyd, the leader of this High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature field with 8 laps complete, 7 to go. Green flag's back in the air. Hudson Andrews, good jump for him. We'll see if he can try to take away this lead off this restart. Going to have to try to take it away off turn 2. Still all over the back bumper of Evan Boyd as they work back into turns 3 and 4. Still Hudson Andrews in a line with 6 laps to go now, and Evan Boyd pulled about a 10th on him that last lap. Waylon Vogel slow on the front stretch, able to bring his car back up to pace. As the rest of the field continuing to now spread apart, we have Evan Boyd pulling away from Hudson Andrews. Garrett Moorfield starting to fall back a little bit from the 7 of Hudson Andrews, and now Xander LaRose coming under pressure from Riker Toops for the 4th position off into turn 1. Still that 4-car pack that will just not get away from each other on the racetrack. Riker Toops will finally get to the inside of LaRose and is going to take that 4th spot away. But LaRose back into 5th. Nolan Leone back there in 6th. Has AJ Barber to his outside going back into turn 1. Barber trying to throw it on the outside, still side by side. With 3 laps to go, now 2 laps to go for race leader Evan Boyd, who's no longer pulling away from Hudson Andrews. Running equal lap times at the moment as Joseph Bonowitz goes through the infield. And the white flag will come out for Evan Boyd And he will roll off into turn number 1 with a 4/10 advantage over Hudson Andrews. Andrews about 2/10 faster that last lap. But Evan Boyd is going to roll through turns 3 and 4, and Evan Boyd is going to win the 3rd annual Halloween Clash in the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Class at Coles County Speedway. A spin on the final lap will bring out the caution, and that was Nolan Leone going for the spin on the final lap. Evan Boyd, the winner of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Division of the 3rd Annual Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway. Hudson Andrews 2nd, Garrett Moorfield 3rd, Riker Tubes 4th, 5th is Xander LaRose, 6th AJ Barber, 7th will be Presley Hall, 8th Carter Bates, 9th Ryder Morris, 10th Cohen Coleman. Great run there after flipping, managed to bring that car back inside the top 10. Boston Coleman 11th, Joseph Bonowitz 12th, Nolan Leone 13th, Waylon Vogel 14th, and Deacon Dees 15th. McKenna Kren was the first car out of the race in 16th. Case Barnard in 17th. Cruz Parson 18th. Riker Sumner also was out of the race after the initial start. Evan France did not make the start. So Evan Boyd going to pull into a familiar place here at Coles County Speedway, picking up yet another win and adding yet another win sticker to the side of that wing of the 5B. Kevin, down to you.
All right, thank you, Casey. All right, folks. Evan Boyd from Doe Run, Missouri, your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Halloween Clash winner here at Coles County Speedway. All right, Evan, first of all, here you go. And congratulations. Every time you run here, you're fast and you're always out front. Is there something about Coles County Speedway you really like?
Yeah, it's pretty fast. I like to thank my mom, my dad, my brother Matt, Jeremy Booyer, Jeremy Podcast, Boyer Cattle, GD Hauling, Prestige Trucking, Truck Co., Sammy's Hauling, That Guy's Barbecue and More, Cape Electric, and Kevin Bell.
Excellent. Well, are you planning to come here next week too?
Yeah.
Yeah, you planning to win again?
Uh-huh.
All right, go get them. All right, folks, one more time. A big round of applause to Evan Boyd, your High Caliber Graphics Halloween Clash feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Back to you, Casey.
Thank you, Kevin. And as you can see on the racetrack, some maintenance being done to turns 3 and 4. And with that, we will take a short intermission here at Coles County Speedway for the Halloween Clash. When we come back out of intermission, we've got the A-Wing class, followed by the WFO Restricted class, then the Modlites, and then the WFO Outlaw Wing class, who came into tonight tied in points for the top spot between two drivers who both deserve it, Aiden Purdue and Cole Tinsley. We'll have to see later tonight who's going to get that championship and who also is going to get the championship in the WFO Restricted class feature later on tonight as well. But for now, we're going to head to a little break. We'll be back in probably not very long. Shouldn't be too long with this intermission. And we'll see you back at the racetrack for the Halloween Clash in just a few minutes. Well, race fans, it looks like track prep is complete. So we're about to start the second half of the Hallowing Clash, the third annual Hallowing Clash here at Coles County Speedway. The Spartan Transportation A-class wings will be the next feature up. On the pole, it's Jordan Clary from Edwardsville, Illinois, the number 94. J.J. Williams alongside him in the 8J from Harristown, Illinois. Cameron Campbell will line up on the inside of row 2. Brody Bridgman to his outside. Where row 3, we can find Tanner Triplett and Lydia May. Row 4, we can find Lane Surratt and Ashton Glazier. Row number 5, starting 9th, Tyler Taylor. 10th, Donnie Burrows. Row 6, in the 11th starting spot is Zach Dowler. And 12th is Tyler Lupton. On row number 7, it's Molly Day and Eli Holden. On row 8, it's Bodie Everett in the 15th starting spot and Noah Mell in the 16th starting spot. Row 9, inside, 17th starting position, it's Brian Martinelli. 18th is Rowan Edgar. Gunnar Griffin starts on the inside of row 10. Paige Perrine to his outside in the 20th starting position. Willow Coleman on the inside of row 11 in the 21st starting position. Noam Bartley in 22nd. Nate Bailey on the inside of row 12. Outside of row 12, Jake Francis. And all by herself on row 13. In the 25th and final starting position, it's Bella Coleman. And that is the starting lineup for the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature for the third annual Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway. One car with an issue, Colton Vogel. 14V. Going to take a hard left-hand turn into the infield at Coles County Speedway. Believe he may have come out a little early, so he's going to head back to the pit area. Race control asks Jordan Clary to take a quick little run around the racetrack in the corners, making sure it's all good. Rest of the field will catch back up to Jordan Clary. "20 laps the distance for the Spartan Transportation A-class wings in the third annual Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway. "25 drivers. The roster is set for the third annual Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway with the Spartan Transportation A-class wing cars. 25 is, I believe, the most we've started this year at Coles County Speedway in a feature. And so it will be Jordan Clary and J.J. Williams with control of the Spartan Transportation A-class wing field on the third annual Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turns 1 and 2, side by side for the lead. Or not for the lead, side by side throughout the pack as they're 3 wide. Further on back, Jordan Clary will lead lap number 1. Cameron Campbell across the line in second. Third is J.J. Williams across the line. Brody Bridgman fell back 1 position off that start. Finds himself in 4th now. J.J. Williams is so good on the long run here at Coles County Speedway. He's got to be thinking about, hey, am I just settling in to try to get there at the end of the race, or can I go full push right now as there's some heavy contact being made in the mid to back half of the field. Would not be surprised if we see a caution from about the 8th position on back. Everybody just super tight with each other right now on the racetrack. Jordan Clary, though, seeing nothing but clean air out in front of him and behind him. About a second, the advantage over second place Cameron Campbell. Trouble on the backstretch. Got some debris off of turn number 2, and the caution will come out. Noah Mell and another car came together in turns 1 and 2. Donnie Burrows, the other car involved, in a big chunk of debris fell off. I believe it was Burrows' car. So the caution comes out for that debris. Super close to the racing surface, so would rather be conservative with that caution. Track crews letting him know what piece fell off his car, I think, and we're going to determine if Donnie Burrows can continue. But 5 laps are complete for the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature in the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash, and it does look like Donnie Burrows will continue on. Jordan Clary will lead us back to green. Cameron Campbell in 2nd. Brody Bridgman 3rd. J.J. Williams 4th. Tanner Triplett 5th. Lane Surratt 6th. Tyler Taylor 7th. Ashton Glazier 8th. Zach Dowler 9th. And rounding in the top 10 will be Tyler Lupton. Two drivers did not make the start of this race. Nate Bailey, Bella Coleman was the other one. One to go signal coming to the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature. 5 laps complete, 15 to go. As Jordan Clary, Cameron Campbell, Brody Bridgman, J.J. Williams, and Tanner Triplett, the top 5. They will approach that restart cone as Jordan Clary brings them to the high side of the racetrack, back on the gas, and the green flag is back in the air. Little bit of a miscommunication at the back half of the field. Is going to see a big stack up, but no caution as everybody's managed to keep it pointed in the right direction. We stay green. Lap number 1 back under green will go to Jordan Clary, but how about this? Brody Bridgman finds his way up to 2nd off that restart. Got by Cameron Campbell. And now Cameron Campbell's going to slide up the racetrack, make some contact with Brody Bridgman. Definitely didn't look intentional at all, just slid a little bit too far. And unfortunately for Brody Bridgman, it ends up with him further back than what he would have liked. Jordan Clary into lap traffic for the first time in this race. Cameron Campbell about 1 second back, and also have to start navigating through this lap traffic as it's going to spin in front of the field, and the caution's going to come out. Just trying to keep it down low was Jake Francis, I think. Yeah, Jake Francis, the number 4, going for that spin in turn 4. Definitely just trying to keep it on the bottom of the racetrack. I think just got a little bit too oversteered. And so that brings out the second caution of this race with 8 laps complete. 12 to go on the Spartan Transportation A-class wing division of the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash. Caution lights will go out this time by Jordan Clary. Will lead us back to green. Cameron Campbell in 2nd. J.J. Williams 3rd. Brody Bridgman 4th. And the top 5 being rounded out by Tanner Triplett. Jordan Clary once again in control of the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature. Field's going to go back to the top side in turns 3 and 4. Back on the gas nice and early. Green flag's back in the air, and he's cleared by 2 car lengths by the time he gets to turn 1. J.J. Williams didn't get as good of a jump this time, and Brody Bridgman will be alongside, trying to take that 3rd spot away on the high side through turns 3 and 4. That middle to high groove seems like it's got the pace, but the caution's going to come out. A couple of cars coming together, and I think we've got some debris on the front stretch, it appears. Noah Mell looked like he may have been involved in this caution. Flat right rear tire for Noah Mell as he brings his car into the infield. Tough break for him tonight. He was just looking for a good run. Caution lights out once again. Still 12 laps to go. 8 complete on the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature in this 3rd annual Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. Jordan Clary once again in the middle of the racetrack, diving at that restart cone. Much better jump from Cameron Campbell this time. Green flag back in the air, and they head off into turn 1. Mostly single file. Couple guys stepping out of line. One car stalling off of turn 2, but he's able to get it refired, and we say green. J.J. Williams all over the back bumper of Cameron Campbell as they work their way back into turns 1 and 2. One car slow on the front stretch. It will get down to the infield. No caution. 10 laps complete, 10 to go for the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature. Jordan Clary, half a second advantage over Cameron Campbell, who's now slowly reeling Jordan Clary in lap by lap. Campbell closing in as Clary gets closer and closer to this lap traffic. J.J. Williams right there with him, along with Lane Surratt, who's having a great race, by the way. Brody Bridgman still isn't going away either. Jordan Clary into lap traffic. Once again, J.J. Williams all over Cameron Campbell for the second spot inside this lap traffic. J.J. Williams so good at navigating lap traffic here at Coles County Speedway on the long run. And now Brody Bridgman starting to get there as well. Tanner Triplett along with Lane Surratt. Oh, right there, starting to come ever so closer to Jordan Clary, the leader, as we get into heavier lap traffic. 5 laps to go. 15 complete for Jordan Clary, the number 90 for Campbell on the outside for the lead. Campbell doesn't have a good run down there. Still stuck behind lap traffic. We've got one car upside down and the red flag is displayed. There were 2 incidents there. The first incident was the 4 car of Jake Francis spinning. The second incident was the 5E of Eli Holden going flipping in turn 2. Track crew says that the driver of the 5E is okay. Eli Holden may be electing to try to continue on in this race. Don't think the damage is too bad for Eli. And I do believe race control is going to try to get this restart order sorted back out under caution. This caution was exactly what Jordan Clary needed. As it gets him out of lap traffic, he can get back in clean air where he can control where Cameron Campbell can run behind him in line. J.J. Williams will line up third on this restart with 4 laps to go. Once again, Jordan Clary going to lead us back to green on the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature on the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. Cameron Campbell will line up. Right behind him, J.J. Williams 3rd, Brody Bridgman 4th, Lane Surratt the top 5. Then it's Tanner Triplett in 6th, Ashton Glazier 7th, Tyler Left in 8th, Nolan Bartley in 9th. Rowan Edgar will round out the top 10 on this restart. Tyler Taylor 11th, Gunnar Griffin 12th, Bodie Everett 13th, Zach Dowler 14th, Donnie Burrows 15th, Lydia May 16th, Willow Coleman 17th, Eli Holden will be lining up in the 18th restarting position. Looks like Brian Martinelli will be the first car 1 lap down. And I do believe he is the only car still running that is 1 lap down as Francis into the infield. Yellow flag conditions back out on the racetrack. 1 to green this time by 4 laps to go on the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature on the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. Caution lights fall silent once again as Jordan Clary is going to bring this feature field up towards the restart cone in turns 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air as he's on the gas early. Clary heads off into turn 1 with a nice couple car length lead as he gets through turn 2. Campbell doesn't have anything for him. He'll come to 3 to go this time by as Brody Bridgman tries to throw the slider on J.J. Williams, but wasn't anywhere close enough. J.J. Williams now trying to throw the slider on the 24, Cameron Campbell. It upsets Campbell just a little bit. That allows Jordan Clary to pull away even further. Multiple cars upside down in turn 4. Brody Bridgman and J.J. Williams. Red flag is displayed. All drivers are okay. Brody Bridgman has already climbed out of his race car. I imagine J.J. Williams is going to be also climbing out of his race car in just a moment. Ton of top wing damage to both those race cars. It is going to end their night, running 3rd and 4th respectively with 3 laps to go. One to go signal coming to the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature field this time by. We're going to wave it off. A couple cars took a little extra time getting their engines refired after that red flag. 3 laps to go when we come back to green. Jordan Clary leading us back once again. Cameron Campbell in 2nd. Lane Surratt 3rd. Tanner Triplett 4th. And rounding out the top 5 will be Ashton Glazier. A 1 to go signal has been given. Clary's looking for a similar restart like he had last time. Caution will come back out. They were going to go green. think track crew saw some piece of debris in turn 4. Okay, you're going to try this one more time. Caution lights will go off as the field passes by the 1 to green signal once again. Again, Jordan Clary needs that similar restart to what he had at his last restart over Cameron Campbell. Lance Araya back there in third. Could also play spoils to this race. Green flags back in the air as Jordan Clary's on the gas early. Clear by several car lengths by the time he gets to turn 1. With a ton of clean air out in front of him, this is exactly what he was looking for on this restart. He'll come to 2 to go this time on the Spartan Transportation A-class wing feature. 1 car into the infield. That's Eli Holden, who flipped 2 cautions ago. And this time, Jordan Clary will come back to the white flag with about a half a second advantage over Cameron Campbell in second. Off of turn 2, into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Jordan Clary is going to see the checkered flag, and Jordan Clary is going to win the Spartan Transportation A-class wing division of the Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. How about that? Jordan Clary's second win of the year at Coles County Speedway comes in one of the biggest moments. It's his first win in a Spartan Transportation A-class wing car at the track. Cameron Campbell across the line in second. Lane Surratt was third. Tanner Triplett fourth. Ashton Glazier fifth. Tyler Lupton sixth. Nolan Bartley seventh. Rowan Edgar eighth. Gunnar Griffin ninth. Bodie Everett rounded out the top 10. Donnie Burrows 11th. Tyler Taylor 12th. Zach Dowler 13th. Lydia May 14th. Willow Coleman 15th. Brian Martinelli 16th. J.J. Williams in 17th. Brody Bridgman 18th, Eli Holden 19th, Jake Francis 20th, Noah Mel 21st, Molly Day 22nd, and Paige Perrine in 23rd. Both Nate Bailey, Bella Coleman did not make the start. And 16th on down was at least 1 lap down at the end of the race. Kevin, we're going to throw it down to you with Jordan Clary.
Thank you, Casey. All right, folks, let him hear it. Jordan Clary from Edwardsville, Illinois, your Spartan Transportation A-class feature winner here at the Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. First off, Jordan, congratulations. You had a hot rod tonight. You were wheeling it.
Yeah, I'm having some motor and injection issues, so I'm sure you guys heard it all the way down the straightaway. But Rick Odom and Joe B, they put together a package that it just competes. It's really affordable, and there's no injection guy that I've had. I called him tonight. I had some problems, and he answered the phone. He's 60-something-year-old man. He still answers the phone this time of night. So I appreciate them. The car was really good, and I didn't expect it to move it to the top that quick, but I'm glad I moved up as quick as I did.
Yeah, you look really smooth out there. You planning on coming back next week?
Yeah, I think we're going to come back and hopefully do the non-wing deal, and we're starting 5th in the WFO Outlaw wing tonight, so hope to see you guys again up here in just a little bit.
Sure thing. All right. Thank you. Once again, everybody, big round of applause to Jordan Clary, your Spartan Transportation A-class feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
Up next, it's the Factory 14 WFO Restricted Micro Series presented by Miners Towing for their 20-lap feature that's also going to decide their restrictor champion in the WFO Series this year. Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana, the number 5E, will start on the pole. Kinzer Holloway alongside him in the 79H from Paris, Illinois. From Indianapolis, Indiana, McKenna Crenno line up third in the 31K. Colette DeCero from Lisden, Indiana in the 1K lines up fourth. Colton Vogel will round out the top 5 from Buffalo, Illinois in the 14V. Wyatt Moritz from Labadie, Missouri in the 11W starts 6th. Ezra Green from Brownsburg, Indiana in the 57G will start in 7th. Rhett Slaughter from Mitchell, Indiana in the 45 will start in 8th. Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois in the 22D will start in 9th. Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois in the 1D will round out the top 10. On row 6 in the 11th starting spot, we find the 29 of Miles Bartley and the 21 of Riker Toops in 12th. In the 13th spot, it's the 14E of Emerson Kisner, and in 14th, it's the 88A of A.J. Williams. Row number 8 on the inside, it's the 49 of Grayson Graham with Willow Coleman on the outside in the 17th starting spot, or 16th starting spot in the 17C. Natalie Hubbard will line up in 17th in the number 53 car, and Henry Schneider alongside her in the 18th starting spot in the 21S. Carson Eskew will line up on the inside of row 10 in the 19th spot. 20th will be R.J. Smith in the 11S. And on the final row, row number 11, it's Kylie Bates in the 12K and J.C. Stanridge in the number 10. That's the starting lineup for the Factory 14 WFO Restricted Micro Series presented by Miners Towing feature at the Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. This feature 14 WFO Restricted Micro Series interesting because Zane Smith came into tonight leading the points by 230, and he is not racing in this feature. I'm not sure if it's still mathematically possible for either Willow Coleman, Mackenzie Dowler, Dalton Clary, and Grayson Graham to try to take that top spot away in the feature. But definitely keep an eye out on the WFO social media pages after this race to see who the champion is. And, of course, in the Outlaw wing class, Aiden Purdue, Cole Tinsley came into tonight tied on the points. Its best finisher in the Outlaw wing feature later on is going to get that championship. One, two, green coming this time to this WFO Restricted Micro Series field. It'll be Eli Holden and Kinzer Halloway with control of this field at the drop of the green flag. 20 laps of distance for the WFO Restricted Micro Features tonight here at Coles County Speedway on the third annual Halloween Clash. The green flag is out, and they're off into turn one. Everybody's trying to keep it all sorted out as they go through turn one for the first time. Colette DeCiro will change lanes as a caution will come out. I think Colette DeCiro would have easily had that third position, if not even second. But unfortunately, multiple cars involved in an incident in turn one. Kylie Bates and J.C. Stanridge, two of the drivers that were contending, or at least one of the drivers that was contending for a title. If I remember correctly, Stanridge was competing for the Coles County Speedway Track Championship. So the incident cars will drop to the tail end of the field. So with the caution cars at the tail of the field, everybody else back into their starting positions. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack. Eli Holden, Kinzer Halloway are going to try this again from the front row. 20 laps of distance for the Halloween Clash in the WFO Restricted Micro Series. Green flag back in the air. Good jump there for the 5E this time. Going to be cleared to the lead. Colette DeCiro thought about standing at 3 wide middle in between McKenna Crin and Kinzer Halloway. Decided better of it for now. Goes to the bottom in turns 3 and 4, and she'll pick off the third spot as they complete lap number 1 under green. One car with an issue. Henry Snyder, it looks like, slow on the front stretch off into turn 1. He gets it back up to speed, as it looks like there may be a chunk of debris of some sort. Maybe a wheel cover came off a car. It's up on the high side in turn 4. No caution at the moment, as the rest of the field about fourth on back, keeping it super tightly packed as Eli Holden has pulled away from McKenna Crin and Colette DeCiro rather quickly. It's a 1.3 second advantage already for the 5E, as a couple cars tangle and one car will go upside down. And the red flag will be displayed for Coton Vogel. Also involved in that incident was A.J. Williams, and it looks like Wyatt Moritz. Yellow flag conditions back on the speedway as race control's working over the restarting order. We'll have 3 laps complete, 17 more to go in the WFO restricted micro feature. Eli Holden will lead us back to green. McKenna Crin second. Colette DeCiro third. Kinzer Holloway scheduled to restart at fourth, but seems to be unable to get the engine refired at this moment. And it looks like Holloway will finally have some luck, gets the engine fired, and pulls into that fourth restarting position. Looks like fifth will be Ezra Green. Sixth will be Rhett Slaughter. Seventh looks like it'll be Mackenzie Dowler. Eighth, Dalton Clary. Ninth, Grayson Graham. And running out the top 10 will be Miles Bartley. One to go right here at the flag stand for the WFO restricted micro feature once again. Three laps complete, 17 to go. Eli Holden with control of the field. McKenna Crin in second, Colin DeCiro the top three. As they work their way up towards the restart cone at turn number 4. Green flags back in the air as Eli Holden's clear by at least 4 car lengths by the time they get to turn 1. The rest of the field able to navigate the start cleanly, and they get off into turns 1 and 2. Eli Holden goes to the high side in turns 3 and 4. McKenna Crin cut down on that lead considerably, it looks like, as the caution will come out again. Multiple cars involved in another incident, this time in turns 3 and 4. Natalie Hubbard involved along with Emerson Kisner. Can't quite tell what that third car involved is. That third car involved the 21C of Carson Eskew. Eli Holden will lead us back to green once again. McKenna Grin behind him. Colette DeCiro third. Fourth is caution lights are out once again around the racetrack. Eli Holden with control of the WFO restricted micro feature field. McKenna Crin, Colette DeCiro second and third respectively. Up towards the restart cone. They're on the gas. Good jump for the next two in line behind the race leader, Eli Holden this time. Green flag is out. And the field will navigate through turn 4 into the green flag cleanly once again. They will get through turns 1 and 2 clean as well. Leading lap number 1 back under the restart, Eli Holden. McKenna Grin back in second, third, and Colette DeCiro as there's a couple cars tangling on the front stretch. They all keep it pointed in the right direction. We stay green. RJ Smith slow off turn 2. He's able to get it refired, and we will continue to stay green. As Colette DeCiro starting to work on McKenna Grin down on the bottom. And the caution will come out. Kylie Bates goes for a spin in turn 4. And we'll have 6 laps complete. 14 to go for the WFO restricted micro feature. Natalie Hubbard with some top wing damage. And I would imagine Natalie Hubbard will be black flagged for that damage, as it would be a safety concern for the number 53. Eli Holden will lead us back to green once again. McKenna Corinne in second. Colette DeCiro third. Genzer Halloway fourth. Ezra Green fifth. Mackenzie Dowler sixth. Grayson Graham seventh. Dalton Clary eighth. Miles Bartley ninth. Riker Tubes the top 10. Track crew is going to look at the damage on Natalie Hubbard's car. Now, I would imagine they are not going to allow her to continue with that damage. And race control does make that call. That, unfortunately for Natalie Hubbard, that damage too severe to continue. That top wing very likely to come off during the remainder of this race. One to go signal being given once again to the WFO restricted micro feature. 6 laps complete, 14 to go. Eli Holden has led all 6 of the first laps. McKenna Crin in second, Colette DeCiro lining up in third on this restart once again. Eli Holden up to the high side, past the restart cone. Green flags back in the air. Much better start for Eli Holden this time. Going to keep him further back than he normally did. McKinnon, Colette, DeCiro very close to each other as they go back into turns 3 and 4. Colette, DeCiro is trying to throw it down there on the entry to turn 3, and the caution will come out again. A 5-car pileup this time in turn 2. Race control will add another lap to the laps completed. RJ Smith involved. Henry Schneider, Rhett Slaughter, Kylie Bates, Emerson Kisner. The cars involved. Well, it looks like all the caution cars are able to get rolling once again. Race control has the restart order back figured out once again, and the 1-to-go signal has come back to the WFO restricted micros. Eli Holden, McKenna Crin, Colette DeCiro, the top three on yet another restart. 7 laps complete, 13 to go. Eli Holden on the gas early, green flag's back in the air, and he's got himself a several car length advantage by the time he gets to turn 1. McKenna Crin has to hold off Colette DeCiro as they roll through turn 1 the first time. DeCiro just settles in line, goes to the bottom in turns 3 and 4 in that battle for second. Another caution, Henry Schneider's car comes to a halt in turn 2. And unfortunately, we do not complete a lap before the caution comes back out. One to green once again for the WFO restricted micros. Eli Holden, McKinnon Crin, Colette DeCiro, the top three. Kinzer Holloway, Ezra Green will make up the top 5. Eli Holden towards the top of the racetrack in turns 3 and 4. And he's back on the gas. Green flag's back in the air. Still 13 laps to go on the WFO restricted micro feature. Through turns 1 and 2 for the first time back under green. The field will keep it clean and green. Looks like they'll do the same here in turns 3 and 4. And we will finally click off another lap on this feature distance length. Eli Holden now pulling away from McKenna Crin. 2 laps complete under green. 8/10 the gap between first and second. Colette DeCiro running third as RJ Smith is going to slam the outside wall on the front stretch, and the red flag will come out. Looks like RJ Smith elected to stay in the race car to take the journey back to the pit area. Back to yellow flag additions and the WFO restricted micro feature. Eli Holden will lead us back to green once again. McKinnon in second. Colette DeCiro was going to line up in third. Fortunately, something amiss for Colette DeCiro, and she pulled it into the infield. And she looks like she's ready to exit the track. She is going to do so. So Colette DeCiro out of the race at the end of lap number 9. That'll put Kinzer Halloway up into third, Ezra Green fourth, and Mackenzie Dowler up into fifth. The one-to-go signal has been given to the WFO restricted micros once again. Eli Holden with control, McKenna in second, Kinzer Halloway the top three. Green flag back in the air as Eli Holden comes back by the restart cone. Clear by 3-4 car lengths. By the time he gets to turn one, McKenna is just trying to follow in the tire tracks of the 5E at the moment. Ezra Green trying to work on Kinzer Halloway as well, right off the drop of that green flag. Mackenzie Dowler trying to go forward as well. But Grayson Graham starting to close in and trying to take that fifth spot away from Mackenzie Dowler. Graham still trying to get to the inside of Dowler as they come back through turns 3 and 4. That's for the fifth position on the racetrack. And now Dowler trying to dive underneath Ezra Green for the fourth spot. As Eli Holden pulls away from the field, McKenna Crin also pulling away, but not anywhere near as fast as Eli Holden is doing so. 13 laps complete, 7 to go. Now 14 laps complete with 6 laps to go for the 5E of Eli Holden as he approaches lap traffic. He's got a 1.5 second cushion. Back to second place, McKenna Crin. Kinzer Halloway still running third. Ezra Green fourth. Fifth still Mackenzie Dowler holding off the 49 of Grayson Graham. Blue flag being shown now to this 3-car pack as Eli Holden trying his best to cut through it as fast as possible. He picks off 2 of them through turns 1 and 2, and he will pick off Henry Schneider as well. McKenna Crin trying to follow him through as we start seeing rubber starting to get laid down on the racetrack now. from this WFO restricted micro field. Crin to the inside, past lap traffic. 2 laps to go now for Eli Holden. He's going to work his way into turns 3 and 4. And a white flag is in the air for Eli Holden. His gap significant over McKenna Crin, who's stuck in lap traffic. And Eli Holden through turns 3 and 4 is going to win the WFO restricted micro feature tonight at Coles County Speedway during the 3rd annual Halloween Clash. Everybody else across the line safely, and there was an incident after the drop of the checkered. The number 12 ended up in the wrong direction in turn 2. Eli Holden, the winner of the WFO restricted micro feature. McKenna Crin in 2nd. Kinzer Holloway 3rd. Ezra Green 4th. Grayson Graham 5th. Mackenzie Dowler 6th. Dalton Clary 7th, Riker Tubes 8th, A.J. Williams 9th, Miles Bartley the top 10. 11th was Willow Coleman, 12th J.C. Stanridge, 13th Rhett Slaughter. Henry Schneider was 1 lap down. Same thing for Emerson Kisner. Kylie Bates was 2 laps down after being involved in spinning after the checkered flag. Colette DeCiro was the first car out of the race. Carson Eskew 18th, R.J. Smith 19th, Wyatt Mortz 20th, Natalie Hubbard 21st, and Coton Vogel in 22nd. So Eli Holden will make his way to Coles County Speedway victory lane during the 3rd annual Halloween Clash for the WFO Restricted Micro Series. We're going to throw it down to Kevin Vince down in victory lane.
Want to hand that to him? All right, folks, let's give a big round of applause to Eli Holden, your WFO Restricted Micros feature winner here at Coles County Speedway at the Halloween Clash. Got 2 of them there. Yep. Want to hold that one? I know that wind's very fierce. All right, folks, we're down here with Eli Holden from Princeton, Indiana, your WFO Restricted Micro Feature winner here at the Halloween Clash. He's got his hardware here. Eli, you had to endure a lot of restarts, and you were spot on all of them, especially the last 2.
Yeah, just had to keep it consistent and switch it up every restart. Try to be the most unpredictable as possible.
How was the track for you tonight?
It was great, really. It was hard. It was fun, a little rough, which made it fun. The car was great. Everything just went right except the A-class.
Well, you were up on the wheel. You wheeled that car tonight. So you got anybody you need to thank?
Jerry Petty, Avanti Windows and Doors, Petty Performance Racing. Mom, Dad, my sister, my cousin. She never really gets to come race, come help watch me race. This is her pretty much first time. And Tim Engler, everybody that comes and helps in the pits, comes and helps off the track, on the track, anytime. Just thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. Good job, buddy. All right.
I gotta say, Mason Hillard, go check him out on TikTok.
All right. There you go. All right, folks. One more time. Big round of applause to Eli Holden, your WFO restricted micro feature winner here at the Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway.
Up next, it's the Modlite feature. Zach Malone from Bloomington, Indiana in the 77N will start on the pole. Andy Park alongside him in the 17P from Steelville, Illinois. Austin Park will line up third from Steelville, Illinois as well in the 27P. Chris Grigg from Charleston, Illinois in the 819 starts fourth. Danny Hayes will be starting fifth from Charleston, Illinois in the number 13. Dustin Wiltermude and the yellow 7W from Windsor, Illinois starts sixth with J.R. Wiltermude from Windsor, Illinois as well. The 93J starting in seventh. Jimmy Arthur in the number 15 from Mitchell, Indiana will start in eighth. Casey Davis from Greenwood, Indiana in the 41 starts ninth. And finally, riding at the field in the 10th and final starting position, it's Reed Bowman from Terre Haute, Indiana in the 31. That's the Modlite feature starting lineup tonight at the third annual Halloween Clash at Coles County Speedway. Modlite feature has received the 1 to green signal. 20 laps the distance for the Modlites tonight at the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash at Coles County Speedway. Once again, Zach Malone, Andy Park at the front row as they go past the start cone. Green flag is out. Zach Malone slides up a little bit too far. That's going to allow Andy Park to go drive by him on the high side as they come to the green flag. Chris Grigg trying to drive by as well, as it does look like Austin Park did not make the start of this feature. Danny Hayes still trying to power around the outside. He's going to get a crossover move on Zach Malone for the 2nd spot. Pulls up underneath him and gets clear. Chris Grigg going to drive it in. Make some heavy contact there with Zach Malone. The two cars look like they got hooked together, and they'll both come to a stop. And the yellow flag will come out with 2 laps complete. And we are coming back to 1 to green at the flag stand. Zach Malone, after that incident, finds himself at the tail end of the field. Andy Park, will be the leader on this restart. Row 2 being made up of Danny Hayes and J.R. Wiltermude. Jimmy Arthur, Casey Davis in row 3. As Andy Park passed by the restart cone, back on the gas, a green flag is out. Great jump there from J.R. Wiltermude on that outside of row number 2. Gets it going right away up into 2nd. Just no defending from Danny Hayes, as the 31 of Reed Bowman goes into the infield, ending his night at the end of lap 2. Still nose to tail is the field as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Danny Hayes, the only driver inside that top 3, going to the bottom in turns 3 and 4, while both Andy Park and J.R. Wiltermude going to the middle to the high lane. Now just J.R. Wiltermude will go to the middle this time in turns 3 and 4, sticking right in the tire tracks at Andy Park to go back into turns 3 and 4. He'll go to the high side in 1 and 2. Wiltermude is going to pull the crossover move, stands on the brakes to back up the corner. Just couldn't quite get alongside Andy Park that time in turns 3 and 4, but he's so close to making that move stick. He's on the outside on the exit of 2. Decides to back out of it before heading back off into turns 3 and 4. Still Andy Park leading the way. J.R. Wiltermude 2nd, Danny Hayes 3rd, Casey Davis still running 4th, Jimmy Arthur 5th, Zach Malone 6th, Chris Grigg back in 7th. That's how they run on the racetrack right now as they complete lap number 8. Good run here from Wiltermude. Had a good shot, but again, Andy Park able to just park his car right down there on the apex of the corner. Isn't allowing J.R. Wiltermude to get to his inside at all, and Wiltermude tried it again. That crossover move was not able to get the power down on the exit of turn 4. Settles back in line in 2nd. Halfway this time for the Modlite feature. No, caution will come out. Jimmy Arthur, and it looks to be Casey Davis. No, not Casey Davis. It was Chris Grigg and Jimmy Arthur, it looks like, coming together in turn 2. Bringing out the 2nd caution of this Modlite feature with 9 laps complete, 11 to go. Caution lights out once again. Andy Park, the leader. J.R. Wiltermuth and Danny Hayes side by side, along with Zach Malone and Casey Davis on row 3. Green flag is back in the air on the Modlite feature. They'll head off into turn 1. Andy Park able to be clear by himself. J.R. Wiltermuth is going to try to shut the door on the 13 of Danny Hayes. It's going to end up with him pointed in the wrong direction, and the caution comes back out. Track control still working on helping Danny Hayes get it refired. Caution lights going out past the flag stand this time. 1 to go signal given to the drivers. Andy Park will lead us back to green once again. Row 2 being made up of Casey Davis and Chris Gregg. J.R. Wiltermuth and Danny Hayes on row 3, and row 4 by himself, still Zach Malone. Andy Park back down to the bottom of the racetrack, past the restart cone. Green flags back in the air on the Modlite feature. J.R. Wiltermuth will go to the middle 3 wide as they go off into turns 1 and 2 for the first time back under green. He's going to try to pick off Casey Davis on the high side here through turns 3 and 4, side by side at the flag stand. Just about was left enough room there from Casey Davis, and that's going to allow J.R. Wiltermuth to go back by for second with 10 laps to go on the Modlite feature. Danny Hayes was trying to follow J.R. Wiltermuth through, but Casey Davis going to throw the block on the high side. And so Danny Hayes has to take it easy for now. He'll cross over Casey Davis into turns 3 and 4. Still is not able to get the power down and keep his car alongside the 41 of Casey Davis. As Andy Park trying to pull away desperately from J.R. Wiltermuth with now 7 laps to go, 13 complete in the Modlite feature. J.R. Wiltermuth got a ton of time that last lap, as now Casey Davis still trying to run. Danny Hayes back behind him with the defense. Now Casey Hayes is going to throw it in too deep. Casey Davis throws it in too deep into turn 3. It almost allows the number 13 to Danny Hayes by, and he finally will go by in turns 1 and 2. Davis is going to try to fight back at turns 3 and 4 as race leader Andy Park comes to 5 laps to go. J.R. Wiltermuth slowly closing in. He's within half a second now at the timing line. And J.R. Wiltermuth back through turns 3 and 4. Right on the back bumper now as they go back off into turns 1 and 2. JR going to choose that high side once again. Andy Park, is keeping his car right on the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to slide up, take that line away from JR as they come off turn 4 this time. 3 to go for race leader Andy Park. Andy Park still yet to win here at Coles County Speedway in a Modlite. JR Wiltermuth has won here several times along with the track championship of 2025. Hey, the car slow and off the pace, and the caution will unfortunately come back out as Zach Malone and Chris Gregg come together. We'll have 2 laps to go, it looks like, on this restart. Wendigo signal has been given to the drivers. Andy Park will lead us back to green once again on this Mod Light feature. And it will be waved off. Andy Park picked up the pace a little bit too much for race control to like. So once again, Andy Park will lead us back to green. And it's J.R. Wiltermood and Danny Hayes on row 2. Casey Davis and Chris Grigg will be on row 3, and Zach Malone by himself in row 4. Back at the restart cone once again, Andy Park back on the gas, green flags in the air once again. J.R. Wiltermood's car significantly off the pace. He's just trying to nurse that car all the way back home, it looks like, as Danny Hayes got a good jump there, all over the back bump there, all over the back bumper of the 17P of Andy Park. White flag in the air this time. All over the back bumper is Danny Hayes, who's going to try to fire it around the outside in turns 1 and 2 of Andy Park. Park's going to go back down to the bottom in 3 and 4. Danny Hayes going to try the high side out one final time. Checkered flags waving. It's going to go to Andy Park on the Mod Light feature. Andy Park, the winner at Coles County Speedway in the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash. Danny Hayes in 2nd, Chris Grigg 3rd, Zach Malone 4th, Casey Davis 5th. J.R. Wiltermood exited the race just before the checkered flag. Jimmy Arthur was also out of the race at the end of lap 9. Reed Bowman left the track at the end of lap 2. Both Austin Park and Dustin Wiltermood did not make the start. So Andy Park into victory lane for the first time at Coles County Speedway, where Kevin Benz is going to be waiting on him.
All right, folks, he's out of his car. Let's have a big round of applause to Andy Park from Steelville, Illinois, your Mod Light featured winner here. Speedway. Come over here. Our transponder's getting us that thing. Yeah, Andy, good race. You had your hands full. You had people on your back the whole time, but you were able to keep them away from you.
I was trying to keep going there. I could hear them. They was going.
Yeah, they were running all over the track, and you were holding the same line, and they were all over there. They were trying everything they could.
Yep, I was just glad I got it there. It started out good, and it stayed good.
Excellent. You got anybody you need to thank?
Austin, my son, and helped me out and everything. He had a little troubles. He broke an axle earlier, so I had a little easier run than normal here. So I'll take it, though. All right, folks. Let's give it. One more time, let's give a big round of applause to Andy Park from Steelville, Illinois, your Mod Light feature winner here at the Hallowing class at Coles County Speedway.
Up next, it's the final feature of the night. It's the Hyper Racing WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series presented by Flying A Coaches and Trailers. 30 laps the distance is scheduled. 22 starters. Chase Highland in the number 5 will start on the pole. Cameron Campbell alongside him in the 24. Aiden Perdue, one of the 2 points leaders coming into tonight. Starting in 3rd, Tyler Lupton starting 4th in the 4T. Aiden Perdue in the number 37. Jordan Clary, the number 94, will start 5th. Lane Surratt, 29, starting 6th. On row number 4, it's the 5T of Tyler McLaren, and in 8th, the 14B of Brody Bridgman. Cole Kirkman will start in 9th with Cole Tinsley, the other points leader of the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series, starting out in 10th. Craig Ronk in the 94 starts 11th. Devin Fager starting 12th in car number 40. Darren Stark is starting 13th in the 55S. 88 will be Billy Lieb in the 14th starting spot. Eric Erdman will start on the inside of row 8 in the 31E. James Group to his outside in the number 56 in the 16th starting position. Braden Pfeiffer in the 10B will start in 17th with Tanner Triplett in the 22 alongside him in the 18th starting spot. Cade Ballinger will be lining up on the inside of row 10, the 19th starting spot in car 12. Brandon Healy in the 00 will start in 20th. Nolan Bartley will start 21st in the 14, and in the final starting position, the 22nd and final starting position, Donnie Burrows in the 16C. That's the starting lineup for the championship decider for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series at Coles County Speedway. Should be the highest finisher between Aiden Perdue and Cole Tinsley will win the championship. Aiden Perdue is going to start his championship hunt from the 3rd position. Cole Tinsley starts his from 10th. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack. 30 laps for these WFO Outlaw Wing drivers tonight at Coles County Speedway for the 3rd annual Hallowing Clash. Chase Highland, Cameron Campbell are on the gas, and the green flag is waving. And they're racing off into turn 1. We'll see the championship decided tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Aiden Perdue going to hold on to that 3rd spot as the field will go 3 wide further back. The other championship place contender, Cole Tinsley, getting put up top 3 wide, but he is going to be able to navigate it down to at least 2 wide as he works his way back through turns 3 and 4. Out in front, first 2 laps are going to go to race leader Chase Highland. Pulled almost a second advantage over second place Cameron Campbell. Aiden Perdue still running 3rd, though, all over the back bumper, wanting to take that 3rd spot or 2nd spot away, wanting to put as many cars between himself and the other championship points contender, Cole Tinsley, who's currently running in 7th, a couple cars back. Single file the field mostly for the time being. The number 94 of Craig Ronk hemorrhaging positions as everybody's throwing slider after slider on him. Got to be getting frustrated now if you're him at this point. 5 laps complete for Chase Highland. And he is into lap traffic for the first time tonight. He has a 1.8 second advantage, however, over Cameron Campbell. He's already put a car between himself and the car in 2nd. Aiden Perdue is going to throw a big slider to pull off into 2nd. Use the lap car as a pick. And somehow Aiden Perdue will come out in 2nd. Tyler Lupton's right there as well, wanting to take away 3rd from Cameron Campbell as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Jordan Clary running back there in 5th is watching this battle out in front of him in lap traffic, as Aiden Perdue has now closed the gap considerably to race leader Chase Highland in this lap traffic. No cars between the front 2 now. Half a second separation, and now Chase Highland bad turns 1 and 2. That's going to put Aiden Perdue out to the lead. At 10 laps complete for Aiden Perdue, now leading this race. That's his first lap led. He's going to want to do a lot more than that. Cole Tinsley still running 7th. That's the time being. Aiden Perdue is going to have to be very, very careful here in this heavy lap traffic. Wants to navigate it as cleanly as possible. Chase Highland falling back in 2nd as Lane Surratt gets sideways in 6th. Cole Tinsley still finding his way forward. He just picked off that Lane Surratt car because he got loose. He's up into 6th. Tyler Lupton down to 5th at this point in time. Trouble in turn 2 Everybody able to keep it going in the right direction. We stay green. We're coming closer and closer to the halfway point. Aiden Purdue getting the elbows out in the lap traffic. Jordan Clary is finding his way up into the 4th position now, into some heavy lap traffic now. Cole Tinsley trying his best to get through this field as fast as possible. Halfway this time for Aiden Purdue. 15 laps complete, 15 to go. Chase Highland right there with him. They navigated through that lap traffic first time. And now the second time should be much more easy. One car having brake issues at the tail end of the pack. It's car 16C. It's just 2 cars ahead of the race leaders. It's Donnie Burrows with the brake issues. Brakes glowing red hot when he goes off into the corners. Aiden Purdue is going to try everything he can to get by him as fast as possible. He's loose. Chase Highland's going to get by Aiden Purdue. This is incredible, battling in the lap traffic. Cameron Campbell still running third, about 3 cars in between himself and the 2 race leaders at the moment. Cole Tinsley trying everything he can to get through this traffic, still running 6th. He needs to get up there to the front if he can. We're coming down to it. 10 laps to go for now Chase Highland as he's led his 12th lap of the race. 1 car into the infield. I believe that's Braden Pfeiffer. Still Chase Highland leading the way as they get into the faster cars in lap traffic. Cole Tinsley working on Tyler Lupton for the 5th position. It's not going to be enough for the championship, and he knows that. I feel like Aiden Purdue still running in the tire tracks to Chase Highland as they work their way back into lap traffic. 8 laps to go for Chase Highland now. Highland has worked his way back to the front. We've got trouble somewhere on the racetrack. Caution has come out. It's Tyler Lupton in turn 2. Didn't see what started the incident, but we ran 22 laps under green before the first caution of this WFO Outlaw Wing race. And with that, that's going to reset the field for an 8-lap shootout in the WFO Outlaw Wing feature. That is Tyler Lupton was running 5th at the time of caution. Was near Cole Tinsley. It's race control working on getting cars way by the leaders. Chase Highland will lead us back to green on this next restart. Aiden Purdue in 2nd, Jordan Clary 3rd, Cameron Campbell in 4th. Cole Tinsley into the top 5 for the first time tonight. Cole Kirkman will be in 6th. Craig Ronk 7th. 8th will be Lane Surratt. 9th, Tyler McLaren. In the top 10, we will find Billy Lieb. Tyler Lupton's car pushed towards the infield. And it shouldn't be too much longer before race control gets us back to the 1 to green signal. Coming back to 1 to green for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series. 8 laps remaining on their season. 22 complete in this feature. And at the moment, Aiden Purdue leads the championship over Cole Tinsley, who's restarting in 5th. Cars 37 and car 61 is the 2 cars to watch. The championship contenders, Aiden Purdue in car 37. Cole Tinsley in car 61. But the race leader of Chase Highland is going to bring the WFO Outlaw Wing field back to the restart cone and back to green. Completely single file through turns 1 and 2. Everybody up to the high side. Aiden Purdue is going to try to throw the slider on Chase Highland for the lead. Wasn't able to get it done. settles back in line as he goes back to the high side and turns 1 and 2. He'll have a huge run down the backstretch. No, he does not. Darren Stark with an issue, slow on the front stretch after being involved in an incident in turn 4. The caution will come back out for the second time in this Outlaw Wing feature for the WFO series. Both Tanner Triplett and Nolan Bartley come to a stop at turn 3. Looks like they might be hooked together. On this restart, once again, Chase Highland will lead us back to green. Aiden Purdue in second. Jordan Clary in third. Cameron Campbell fourth. Cole Tinsley the top 5. That is Cole Kirkman in sixth. Seventh is Craig Ronk. Eighth, Lane Surratt. Ninth will be Billy Lieb. 10th will be Tyler McLaren. 11th will be Brody Bridgman. Caution lights back on around the racetrack. 7 laps to go for the WFO Outlaw Wing feature. Looks like everybody able to get their engines refired. Once again, Chase Highland leads us back to green. Aiden Purdue in second leads the championship over the driver who's restarting in fifth, Cole Tinsley. Jordan Clary restarting third, Cameron Campbell fourth. Already mentioned Cole Tinsley restarting in fifth. Cole Kirkman in sixth, Craig Rock seventh, Lane Surratt eighth, Billy Lieb ninth. Tyler McLaren will round out the top 10. One to green, this time by being issued to the drivers. This could be it for the championship. 7 laps to go in the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series Championship. Chase Highland once again to the high side of turns 3 and 4. Diving back at the restart cone. Green flags back in the air. Good jump here for Aiden Purdue. He's going to try to take advantage right away. Tried to throw the slider. Almost backfires for him as Jordan Clary has to slam on the brakes to allow him back in. Now Jordan Clary on the inside. Cole Tinsley getting crowded up the racetrack. Going to lose 1 position. Down into 7th actually now after Craig Rock throws a slider on to turns 1 and 2. Tinsley trying everything he can. Keep his race car pointed in the right direction. 5 laps to go for Chase Highland. Chase Highland back through turns 3 and 4. Eric Erdman around in turn 2, and the caution will come out. Cade Ballinger may have also been involved. He pulled his car to the infield right away. 25 laps complete, 5 to go for the WFO Outlaw Wing feature. Chase Highland leading us back to green once again as Lane Surratt having an issue in turn 4. Aiden Purdue will restart in second. Jordan Clary third. Cameron Campbell fourth. Cole Kirkman fifth. Cole Tinsley now in sixth. Craig Gronk seventh. Lane Surratt is scheduled to be restarting in eighth. Billy Lieb in ninth. Tyler McLaren in the top 10. Does look like Cade Ballinger was able to get the car refired. Looks like he is going to be 1 lap down, unfortunately. And Lane Surratt's night has come to an end as that car heads up on the hook and back to the pit area. So that'll put Billy Lieb up to 8th, Tyler McLaren 9th, and Brody Bridgman will round out the top 10 now. Devin Fager will be restarting in 11th, I believe. Darren Stark 12th, and Eric Erdman 13th. 1 to green right here once again for the WFO Outlaw Wings. 5 laps remain in their championship this year. Caution lights turn off once again for the WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series at Coles County Speedway. Chase Highland, Aiden Purdue, Jordan Clary, the top 3 as they work their way back towards the restart cone in turns 3 and 4. Back on the gas is Chase Highland. Green flag is waving. Good jump there from Aiden Purdue once again. This time he's going to go to the high side instead of trying to throw a slider right off the jump. And now he throws the slider in turns 3 and 4, trying to slide up in front of Chase Highland. Wasn't clear. Settles back in line for now. Tyler McLaren to the infield. May have got spun, I should say. Aiden Purdue going to dive it in again to turns 3 and 4. He's got to be careful here right now. He's got the championship. If he spins, he could potentially lose it, as he's going to stay right on the left side of Chase Highland. Moves him up the racetrack just a little bit. Highland throws it back in turns 3 and 4. Purdue slams on the brakes, and Purdue goes right on back by. 2 laps to go now for Aiden Purdue. He's looking to lead his 10th lap of this race, this time by. White flag in the air for Aiden Purdue on the WFO Outlaw Wing Feature and Potential Championship. Aiden Purdue through turns 3 and 4, and Aiden Purdue is not only going to win the race, he's going to win the WFO Outlaw Wing Championship. Aiden Purdue leads 11 laps en route to victory at Coles County Speedway and a championship as well. In the Hyper Racing WFO Winged Outlaw Micro Series presented by Flying A Coaches and Trailers, the championship will go to Aiden Purdue. It's Aiden's first win of the year here at Coles County Speedway, just his second start. Finished 5th on his only other start on May 30th. Chase Highland finished 2nd, Jordan Clary 3rd, Cameron Campbell 4th, Cole Kirkman 5th, Cole Tinsley 6th, Craig Ronk 7th, Billy Leap 8th, Brody Bridgman 9th, Devin Fager the top 10. Darren Stark finishes in 11th, Eric Erdman 12th. Nolan Bartley was the first car, 1 lap down. 14th was Cade Ballinger, 15th, Brandon Healy. And with Aiden Purdue into victory lane at Coles County Speedway once again. It's been a while since we've said that name, said that sentence together. Aiden Purdue, not only the WFO Outlaw Wing feature winner tonight at Coles County Speedway, that's Aiden Purdue, WFO Winged Micro Series champion. Kevin, down to you.
All right, folks, I'm down here with Aiden Purdue from Clinton, Illinois, your WFO Outlaw Wing feature winner here at the Hallowing class. Aiden, you and Chase Highland had a heck of a battle out there, kind of back and forth, and you found an opportunity there late in this one.
Yeah, you know, I knew Chase was going to be tough early on. He was obviously fast at heat race, so I knew we were going to be on our game, have to be on our game to get a shot at running with him there. You know, the track being as difficult and technical as it is, that's kind of what makes it fun. And I saw Chase kind of struggling with that, and I kind of just laid off and kind of noted what he was doing, where he was doing it. And, you know, fortunately enough, we were able to capitalize on it when it counted. So that's all that matters. But, no, a good group of guys in the field tonight. So super fun, man.
Excellent. You got anybody here you need to thank?
Yeah, I've got, you know, obviously Hyper Racing giving us a great piece tonight. Kim Stream Race Fuels, Joe B with Speed Shack. Man, Leap Farms for helping us out whenever they can. Bandit Shocks, Brad McDaniel with CSI and Bandit. Great chalk package tonight. Couldn't have done it without them. And everybody you see on the car, man, it's awesome.
All right, well, you guys put on a heck of a show. All right, folks, one more time. Let's big round of applause to Aiden Purdue, your WFO Outlaw Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway at the Halloween Clash.
So with that, that'll conclude our night of racing here at Coles County Speedway, and it also concludes the Halloween Clash. I think Kevin has one more thing he wants to say.
All right, I'm down here with the second place car, Chase Highland. Chase, heck of a battle. You made some good passes. You guys went back and forth, a little bumping and banging. How was it on your end?
Yeah, it was. I felt like I had a really good race car at the beginning there. Like, we were just fast. We could carry momentum throughout the corner. I mean, he got past me in lap traffic. I made a couple of mistakes. He got past me in lap traffic, but he got held up behind a lap car. I got past him. I felt like it was a pretty good battle, but I felt like I had the better car at that point. But then just on those final few restarts, killed me. I felt like if it would have went green, I could have held on to it, but those restarts just killed me. His car just got through the holes better than me. I just couldn't get through the ruts. I mean, I'm still happy to bring home second and not do any worse than that, but I still feel like I just let down my team.
You did fine. You guys drove a heck of a race, and congratulations to both of you. So thank you, sir. Good race.
So now with that concludes our night of racing at Coles County Speedway, and that concludes the Halloween Clash as well. It was another unforgettable one. A lot of great racing, long night of racing. It's 1 in the morning here in Mattoon, Illinois. Thank you to all the race fans who stuck it out with us here at the racetrack, and thank you to all the folks tuning in at home as well for sticking with us. Hopefully, everyone here at the racetrack drives home safe, and we will see you again next week at the Jeff Horn Memorial, another 2-day show scheduled for next weekend at Coles County Speedway, Friday night and Saturday night. We hope to see you there. Until then, we'll see you next time at Coles County Speedway.